a attempt at a marathon submission for New Game Plus Hard NMG, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I will explain things as we go, but hopefully I can cover everything in one shot. This is a fairly long run. There's a lot that can go wrong, but a large majority of it is within your control, and in several situations you can kind of recover for the most part as long as you know what you're doing. A couple of fights I'm still not 100% consistent with at this point because I rerouted a lot of things and I'm taking fights in a very different way, so I need to change the way that I'm doing things. Other than that, let's just get this party started and I can start explaining how this daggum game works. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay, so first off, we're going to skip a cutscene here. I can skip cutscenes with a buffered down input, so that's why you didn't see a option come up. I just hit the options menu, held down, and hit X as soon as possible. We're going to be doing that a lot. If you actually see cutscene skip pop up, that means I've screwed up. There's one scenario where you will see it, but it's you've got to be eagle-eyed for it. So these first couple of fights are just kind of minimize how much time we waste on killing stuff. Your flee timer is random, and if you end fleeing while dodge rolling, you get a very slow put-away animation. So you very much do not want to dodge roll when exiting combat. Alright, so I want to get a certain way down this alley to make them all spawn on this upper platform, and then double back. I went a little bit further than I needed to because I accidentally targeted the trooper first instead of the dog. Normally you want to start with the dog with Blizzard, or Blizzard Magnify, because the Blizzard will stagger the dog but not kill, so you need to Blizzard it again or use Blizzard Magnify there. I would normally have Blizzard Magnify, but I want Thundaga for Sentinel Scorpion. It'll speed up the second phase of the fight a little bit, so there's no reason to not do it.
This way.
A lot of the game revolves around magic and just roasting everything with spells as soon as you can. That's very lucky. The dog was trying to escape. Like I said, the dogs will still survive a magic spell. Even though they're weak to ice, they'll still survive a Magnified Blizzard. So you either have to use Blizzard Magnify, or cast it twice, or just hit them with some sort of follow-up. The problem is that we have Fury Ring on for Berserk, Permanent Berserk, which is a 30% damage output up and damage taken buff. So we take 30% more damage, but we also deal 30% more. That damage, self-damage increase, you would think would be a negative thing, but that will often end up getting us limits and stuff, because our limits are based on percentage of HP loss, not on HP itself lost. And so with lower HP and no HP ups or minimal HP ups, we end up losing a higher percentage of HP much quicker. But it'll come in handy with a very specific setup later, so I'll talk about that when we get there. Right here, we can just kind of hold left with Barret and then lock on to Turret B and Catastrophe. You can lock on to Turret C as well, and it'll do the same thing, but you end up in a really weird situation. So you gotta be careful here, make sure you don't get too far down the stairs or else Catastrophe won't kill the mono drives that spawn. Also, if you do shitty movement, you end up with a bad cycle like this. That save load I did where to warp Jesse over to the console saves a couple of seconds and also resets this laser cycle. So these are pretty consistent within a certain margin. Hey, Mr. Gorian. Thank you.
You're doing good, soldier.
Let me see here. So right here, this is going to be one of the more annoying fights in the game. You normally want him to stay further away, but the problem is you see kind of how the camera shifted there and then Cloud ended up going the wrong way. I don't know why, but like you're not allowed to buffer any inputs. If the camera changes, you're going that direction. If you're holding forward and the camera shifts, 360 degrees, I believe, a half turn, 180. My brain is like so fried right. Yeah, it's a 180, half turn. So if the camera spins around spins a whole 180 degrees, you're gonna start running the opposite direction. Cool game mechanic. I'm not quite sure why they decided everything had to be relative to the camera. Only thing I can guess is just like it was simpler that way and they didn't have to program any extra stuff. I'm assuming they must have been very tight for time because they took this project back from CyberConnect 2 at the somewhat of the last minute. We want to get, damn it. I wanted to get down the stairs to 3, 4, 5, 6. I wanted to get as far down the stairwell as I could. If I could get just a little bit down it, the laser would have hit the top of the stairwell instead of Cloud. Quite unfortunate to have to tank the laser, but that's how it is.
Let's do this.
So we're going to be trying to proc a bunch of synergy lightnings on Barret, and I'll kind of go over that a little bit more in a second. But we're going to triple slash right here to get a synergy, counter stance, Thundera. The Punisher counter stance right there is more so for ATB gain than it is damage. So we're going to switch over to Barret here real quick. We're actually going to start with a Catastrophe to break the barrier here. You can break the barrier a dozen different ways, Arrow, Firaga, Blizzaga. But I find that Catastrophe is the simplest method for New Game Plus Hard. There is a faster strat, but there's no reason to worry about it. Okay, we should get it. Yep, perfect. That critical was fantastic. Now we're on a perfect damage cycle. That Thundaga, normally crits are a big problem. A crit right there was fantastic, though, especially the Thundaga. That's a ton of extra damage. So we're gonna Thundera, switch over to Barret, switch back. I could shortcut. I could have shortcut Barret's Thundaga there, but the problem is the game is very fussy. With Synergy on deck, sometimes... No, not sometimes. If the game decides it wants to start a Synergy action, it will continuously kick you out of the shortcut menu with that character. So doing that ensures that I get the input in regardless. Okay, I held down a little bit too soon. If you switch characters at the right time, right before that camera switch, you can kind of glitch it out so you stay in combat. It's not a time saver, but I go for it in marathons just because it's kind of a funny thing to be like, okay, because Barret gets stuck at the very bottom floor. Sometimes I get it when I'm not paying attention and I'm trying to get a good cutscene skip. So we're gonna actually just turn around here, triple slash. This is actually the fastest way to deal with the mono drives. You could probably do a couple of different things using spells at a distance or whatever, but you can see by how far I can get up the ladder before Barret even starts that that's probably the quickest way. You want to empty with triple slash. You can roll out of your last slash. Because if you perform a combat action, and it kills an enemy, you get the long put-away animation. Same with the dodge roll. That's why we're trying to run as much as possible when we exit fleeing. Fleeing is a random timer between 3 and 6 seconds. So we can only roll a certain amount of times before it becomes very unsafe. So normally I'll be counting up to 5 or 6 rolls as much as possible. There is a situation where I don't need to worry about it. Tifa has a materia called Parry that augments her dodge roll as long as she's guarding. Her parry movement is lightning fast, and I'm also going to add in holding down triangle, which is the uppercut, her uppercut whirlwind. That will cancel the parries instantaneously, and you'll kind of see once I get Tifa in the party, you'll be like, what the hell is going on? Chicanery, that's what's going on. So we're going to triple, switch over to retarget that synergy, and I almost thought we warped him through the floor. Got her dumb around out of you, first strike for you, fire for you, delete, refocus, MP absorb, and into Fyra and Blizzara Mag. Okay, so now we're back on Blizzara Mag. We got rid of Lightning Elemental for Fire MP Absorb. We need Fire MP Absorb because I gave up my MP up that I normally have throughout the course of the route as a backup measure so I could get access to Skill Master and Refocus early. I could probably leave Skill Master in that slot and take MP Absorb out the entire route, but I'm not 100% sure right now. I have to check and see, because I use MP Absorb a lot more than I used to. It might even be to the point where I don't need it anything else anymore. Looks like we got a weird pattern here. Hopefully Barret will up warp for us. What I'm trying to do is get Barret to warp to this combat scenario here. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. I did not intend to overrun with Barret, but I'll take it. That is oh my! This is immaculate, honestly. This is very, very good escape. I almost broke 830 even with a menu. Wow. Yeah, that overrun was fantastic. I'll have to start doing that from now on, actually. I usually have an issue with Barret's ATB to the point where I can't get the Thunder, but that overrun should pin down both of the shock troopers, actually, because they'll both be coming at us.
Watch out for live
Overrun's a
wires.
really
They're
strong
everywhere.
attack. It usually will cow catch the enemies and drag them along with Barrett. Deadly Dodge has a similar function with Barrett. They're both fairly strong moves. Deadly Dodge, I'd say, is best on Cloud and Barrett. It has a lot of utility.
What is that?
Parry is extremely useful on Tifa and pretty good on Cloud, honestly.
It's me. Gotta do something about that.
Those materials don't work so well on Aerith, though, unfortunately. You could use them, but they're not really going to give you much, to be perfectly honest, unfortunately. Aerith's strength isn't her movement, it's her ridiculously high magic stat that kind of boggles the mind.
We need to get out of this place.
I'm pretty sure they intended magic to be balanced by you not getting MP back until the end of the chapter.
Hey, we can.
But if you know how to throttle your MP usage, or you're willing to use MP Absorb the whole way, it's not that big of an issue, honestly.
Next time I'll have to bring you a pick-me-up.
Yeah, I think I might. I'm gonna have to consider that, cutting MP up off
That's
the Cloud.
about as good a place as any.
Stand back then. I'll set the bomb.
Can't wait to see you, Marlene.
Can't wait to take a hot shower.
She's good to...
As long as you have MP Absorb in the loop, you don't really need the MP up for anything.
We'll split up and shoot for the last train home. Regroup in the freight car. Got it?
Later then.
Hey, I'd like my money.
Okay,
now.
so there is a save load we can do here for Sephiroth. We can, Sephiroth can despawn in the game sometimes. I tend to find that, like, it's very random. You can force it to happen more often by doing a setup, a very peculiar setup. We're gonna save load after we do this, this little bridge collapses over here. And then we're gonna switch to performance mode right before we do the Sephiroth cutscene, or graphics mode. And that will usually generate enough lag to cause Sephiroth to decide to no-show. So we're gonna save here, and then load here, then we're gonna run over to the cutscene, and I'm gonna put performance mode on as soon as I can, like right before it. So we wanna go right here, system, gameplay, graphics settings into graphics, and then we wanna go right into the cutscene and go. Now hopefully Sephiroth will despawn here. Looks like we may have gotten it. It's very likely that he'll despawn, but there's a chance that he can spawn a bit late, too. So we're going to stick in graphics mode for a little bit longer. Unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with the lag that's caused by it trying to run at 4K. We should be good, since he hasn't showed up yet, but I'm going to wait until I get around the corner, just to make sure, and then I'm going to switch back to performance as soon as I get here. Okay, system, options, graphics settings, graphics, performance, and let's go. So the reason this saves time is there's two different parts to this cutscene. Once we get around this corner here, Cloud normally shields his eyes and stops immediately, and then cuts his speed further in half than it already is. So he goes very slow, but without Sephiroth spawning, for whatever reason, that cutscene never plays. And it will also allow us to run in the alley afterwards. If you get the Sephiroth despawn raw without the save load stuff, it's around 20 to 22 seconds. I've heard 18, I've heard 22. But I round it to the middle of 20. I think that's reasonable. You can see right there, that's the speed you're normally having to move. The game doesn't expect you to bug that out. But doing all that save load stuff, I'd say saves you around 10 seconds. Because save loads take anywhere between 5 to 8 seconds. 5 if you're extremely lucky and do it very well. And then that graphics setting is another thing. So assuming I got a good save load of, like, say, 6 seconds, and we just, like, bullshit and say, yeah, it took me 4 seconds to change the graphics, which is not the case. You know, I only saved 10 out of the 20. But if you save that time consistently, it's better than nothing. You can YOLO it if you want to go for that full 20. The only way I would suggest that is if you can afford to leave your console on and not shut your game off. You can usually get away with shit like that. I am having some weird things where enemies are spawning early, so I might actually save some time later. So we're just gonna roll on through here. Most of these enemies we don't need to kill. Hopefully the dog will not give me too much trouble today. I'm already seeing a bad pattern. I got lucky. I really thought that wasn't gonna work out. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I come over to this side, because I want to make sure that... Oh, I could actually... Am I gonna get all of them? I don't know.
Going in. Shit. All right.
That was stupid of me. I hesitated because I was trying to do the stance change hit, and I didn't get it because I wasn't in the wrong stance. So we lock on and cross slash.
Dead.
Now this cross slash should hit both of them, and the final hit will hit as they become vulnerable to be killed. So that's cool. We're gonna Blizzard a little bit late here on purpose, because we want this Blizzard to kill both Grenaders, so I don't have to do anything. I can come over here and shift the camera to wherever the game wants it.
But the rooftops look clear.
Yeah, so you gotta be careful trying to run into the ladder. You gotta wait until he's done saying rooftops are clear. It can be very difficult to interact with that ladder, but that is one of the very few ladders that you can interact with, even if the camera angle is all screwy. Most of the time you have to see, if you don't see this little prompt, you can't interact with it, period. That's basically the easiest way to look at it. Oh shit, I don't have my splits on. I'll have to fix that in the next chapter. I can change that very shortly. I forgot about that. I had to do some practice beforehand because I had a service professional at the house, so my dogs were with me and they were acting a fool, so I decided it better to wait instead of having loud dog barks mid the first 15 to 20 minutes of the marathon submission commentary. So we'll switch over here, and now what I want to do is lock on. We're not going to bother. I wanted to lock onto one of the dogs and lock on Rush Flash, but 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we're gonna walk this out. Hopefully, okay, I should be able to keep my ATB between these fights. Nope.
Freeze.
All right, so we'll start casting fire up.
It's on now. Calling fire. Burn.
One of the things you need to make sure of is that, let me see here, learning, nope. Timer, yeah, there we
And then
go.
a freight car.
Hey! I can still catch up, but that's still pretty bad, honestly. Luckily, this takes a while to interact with this, so we should be able to catch back up.
An emergency schedule is now.
So we have 3 points of interaction here that we need to get through, and they all suck. This first set of NPCs, these two right here, we used to be able to just walk right down the middle. Somebody decided they had to be buffed, so we have to go around to the side. Gotta make sure we don't let Kyrie jump in front of us, and then we gotta try and squeeze in. Nope.
Got a sec?
You gotta try and squeeze in between those two. I'm not sure if there's a specific angle, or like you have to let go of jog, and then hold back on it. If there's some sort of certain movement pattern that can consistently get you between those two. It's quite unfortunate. That's the one I have the most issue with. So we're technically not out of Chapter 2 yet. We gotta talk to Jesse here, and then skip the cutscene, and then we're in Chapter 3 proper. I just do my splits in such a way that I avoid having to watch time just trickle away. I'd rather hit the split, and have like a boss or whatever totally distract me, and then be like, oh yeah, by the way, this run's bad, and it's like, all right, sure, there's nothing I can do to change it now. There's no point sitting here getting angry about it. I just need to focus and try and play better. Gives me a chance to zen and kind of like refocus instead of sit there and just focus on bad play. Although, of course, in a marathon, I wouldn't be using splits. I normally don't use splits. I'm just trying to get some together so I can get an idea of where this route can go. I probably could have stuck with my previous route a little bit longer, but I ended up rerouting because I thought there were some mistakes, but I think I rerouted too heavily to the point where I pushed the needle right back the opposite direction and found time losses instead of time saves. So there's a bunch of save loads throughout the game. This is one of them. I'm actually going to save load right here next to Marlene so that I can mash triangle for the dialogue. I'm not sure if this is the fastest way or not. I find it to be the most efficient way. Because that way I don't have to worry about anything. I can just mash triangle, look for the cutscene flash, and then go for the skip right after.
There's an empty apartment. I was thinking the landlady.
So
Sure does.
for a lot of the dialogue, we need to mash triangle and
How
circle
was it up on the plate?
to get through it
There
quicker.
was...
It's like a 50-50 split on
Sorry for
cutscenes we
dragging
can
you
skip,
into this.
and
It
well,
was wrong of me.
I'd say it's 49-50
I
or
promise I won't do it again.
45-50.
Dangerous part of the job.
There's a
worry
couple of
about
cutscenes that like aren't cutscenes that we can't
Always
skip.
happy to help stick
The
it to
dancing
Shinra.
minigame in chapter 10?
My life feels so empty.
9.
So,
Chapter 9.
you make nice with everyone?
The
Not just could,
propaganda of us breaking into
Oh,
the
for
Mako
them.
reactor that
Good.
gets shown at the start of
You
chapter
had
8.
me worried. You're not exactly a people person.
And
How
then
could be that?
the 2 hollow screens in chapter 16 when we're headed into
I saw
Shinra
Sector
HQ.
8 on the news. It was like a war zone.
The news is just another Shinra mouthpiece.
What's going to happen
They'll
to
spread
us?
whatever lies
How will
Shinra
this
tells them to.
affect us?
So, it wasn't that bad?
It was.
I think
Oh,
the downside
right.
would be the skill masters. Actually, I think it should be HP up, not MP
And
up
here
on
we
Cloud.
are. Good old
It's
Stargazer
either
Heights.
HP up or skill
You're on the
master that I
second
need to
floor.
put on him. So anyway, we can get in front of Tifa here. Not super big time save, but it's worth. We're gonna try and interact with Tifa instantaneously here if we can. Really. Did not
Room
realize that was a
201
thing
here
that
is
could
where I
happen.
sleep. Don't have time
Well,
for
there you
much
go.
else, what
You can
with
get in
7th
front of her,
Heaven
but
and
you gotta
all.
make sure that you
Not
trigger
even
that.
time to decorate.
So we're just gonna YOLO this, I guess.
Here's your
Alright,
one.
that
Don't
was the
worry.
only thing I
You
could do
did?
to save that.
Yes?
I lost
No.
time overall
And
because I had to
this?
walk
That
back to her
one's,
door. I've never gotten ahead of her before, so that's a new thing to me. And I was aware that there's cutscenes like that, or, you know, dialogue triggers where you have to be within a certain range. I just had never gotten ahead, so I really didn't think about it for that portion right there. But if you bonk in front of Tifa, or into Tifa in front of your door at a certain point, in a correct way, the game will register that she's met all the conditions to start the cutscene, and the game will start it either immediately or near immediately. There is a slower version where you kind of like bonk off each
I'm
other, and
Mark.
then you
You
both
from
turn
up
to
on-
each
I've been
other
there.
and then
I'll
make
bet.
eye
If
contact,
ever
then the
need
game
me,
starts the
what you
cutscene
need.
as
The
it's supposed to.
Loud and clear.
Good.
But that's
Now
the
you'd best
faster
get a move
version.
on to 7th Heaven.
I normally set myself up in front of the door, which is why I kind of like
My
was
husband
like, wait a
decided to
minute,
go
she's
to
not
the
talking. That's not good. And then I was like, oh, let me set myself up in front of the door, and I realized there was no way I was going to be able to do that after having to go trigger the cutscene and then come back. So I went for a YOLO setup that some of the other runners use. There's a ton of different ways to set that up, and I find that the problem is her
Go ahead
dialogues
and
are so
keep whatever
short, you
we
really don't
collect.
have a...
Seeing as you didn't bring any luggage,
have a lot of
I'm
chance.
guessing there's stuff you need to buy.
So the main time
And don't
save
worry.
is the
We'll
Scrap
leave it
Boulevard
to you.
segment. It's called Fast Boulevard, and God, is it awfully hard to do.
Beans, get chili beans. A Sector 7
For me, I'm having a lot of issues for removing the lock on. You need to lock onto the enemy to cast the spell and then unlock
Hey
on.
there.
I go out of my way to make sure to rush Cloud in with his regular attack, so he's right next to the enemies. This reducing the chance very drastically that Ice decides to floor me. And what I mean is, the spells of Fire and Ice,
He's a regular.
more so than Lightning and
Well,
Wind,
To get
they
free
can, but not often will, interact with environment
better.
objects.
Then you know
Lightning
what to
needs a environmental object above the enemy, and I'm not talking about like a roof in the room. I'm talking about like the Ghoul has to be clipped into the desks, or Hitbox has to be clipped into the desks, or
Be nice.
a good example is Crab
Pretty
Warden.
good at
Crab Warden
that,
can wedge its legs inside
nice.
crates.
doing
That
that.
might be why
Good.
your
A
magic
good
spell
law.
didn't
tried
hit
and
sometimes
that-
because
Thanks, Marl.
Don't do anything I wouldn't.
that's a really bad thing to let the boss do. They should have at least made sure the crates weren't environment objects in that way to where they block spells.
Marl's great.
It basically
She
makes the
helped get
boss
me set up back
invincible
in the day.
if you really want to look at it that way. It's
Been
a
here a while now?
pretty bad
5 years, give or
oversight.
take.
Out of most of
But
the oversights,
never
it's
mind
one of the
that.
worst ones.
We've got to get you your money. Last stop is the weapons store.
So I want to wait outside here until she's done speaking and then run inside.
We're
I was
so
trying to
Savior.
line it up
All
so
right.
that I ran in as soon as she finished
Think you can
talking.
move?
I know where the cutscene line
Thank you very
is,
much.
so I
Say
have
no
to
good
get
luck.
used to a little bit better timing of
In that case,
like
if you're
responding
slow,
to
it's not
weapon
what
or
you
whatever so that I start
Oh,
jogging
so-
and hit full speed
Yeah.
before I enter
Didn't
the
see
store.
anybody at the office.
That's about the only optimization left there that you can have is timing your run in so that you're at full speed and you're not waiting to start You're not going from a dead stop after she finishes her dialogue. The reason I have to wait for the dialogue is finally being finished is what allows her to come up to the cutscene at the front desk and argue about the filter.
To keep the monsters out.
So you have to wait a little bit outside of the store before you activate it. So these fights are quite the pain in the butt. I'm not a big fan. The movement tech here is pretty cool, but these fights are a pain in the butt if you don't know what you're doing.
And the more we pile up, the more they show up. And there's our first challenger. Show me what you got, Clyde.
All right.
All set.
Calling ice.
Wow.
So that's her normal parry right there.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
This is when you're holding uppercut to instantly cancel your parries over and over again. It's a very fast movement tech.
Let's do this.
That's not correct, Cloud. That's not correct. That's incorrect. Okay, that was really wrong, but whatever.
5 years now.
Unfortunately, I lost most of the time I would have saved to accidentally going in the menu over and over again.
You won't stay good.
Of course not. A win's a win.
I kept
Trust me, it'll do
hitting
wonders.
X before I opened the shortcuts. So I did the input for Fyra over and over again and accidentally opened the shortcut menu, or the tactical menu instead. I should have just cast it from the tactical menu, to be perfectly honest, after screwing it up that many times. I'm pretty sure Cloud's regular fire would have been enough. Fyra is just used because of the fact that it's on the shortcuts. Next time, hopefully, I'll have the presence of mind to just tactical menu it rather than fight with it.
The guy who tracked.
The other thing that's nice about it too is fire has a smaller explosion radius, so you have less chance of killing the other one. So what I did is I moved to a specific point where it moves the cutscene pointer from the area we started that fight
I'll
in
take on it.
to the area right in front of the fence. I'm assuming what happened is there was a fight in front of the fence at one point, so you could have like fled from that fight, I guess, and then had the cutscene happen there when you're done. But they decided to remove that fight because they didn't like it there for whatever reason.
It's not what you.
Maybe it's just that there's a fight flag there in general, which allows the cutscene flag to be there as well. I'm not quite sure. Whatever it is, it's a small oversight that causes us to be able to warp over there and use parry to get there faster instead of walking over there, which is pretty slow. Parry is really fast, so it's kind of a hard argument to make to avoid parry if you... Like, at the very least, I'd say make a slot for Tifa's parry, period. She needs to have it. One of those far slots in the weapon's fantastic for it because they're very hard to change out with anything. They're very hard to menu to something else without it being a giant pain in the butt. I mean, you could do the 6th slot and then switch to the summon materia and swap for another 6th slot materia or something. There's a couple of different cheeky ways you can get out of those 5th and 6th slots into the other slots, but for me, I just try and change the main 8 slots, the 4 armor, 4 main weapon slots, and then keep 5 and 6 as permanent upgrades, if you will, like MP ups. I unfortunately have to tweak that for this route with Mithril Blade, but that's just how it is sometimes, unfortunately.
Blasting agent. So why don't you tell me why your ID popped when we were going over the warehouse logs? Huh? You got it all wrong.
So, yeah, we got a little bit of dialogue here, and that'll be that. We'll start up on Chapter 4 shortly. And all that stuff that I did back in Chapter 1 was not for really any of this stuff. The first strike does make that last fight possible, the way that I did it. But you could do those fights with Cloud and just, like, Blizzard Magnify, and then get over there in time. But you do run the risk of getting feasted by the dogs. That should be fine, yeah. Blizzard Magnify is really strong, honestly. Ridiculously strong. The reason I keep getting my ATB back and gaining limit is because Blizzard and Blizzara are extremely powerful and have a very high stagger value. I think it's called Focus. It could also call it the Heat or the Beat meter.
I'm more worried about what?
Or Burst, excuse me, Burst.
I suppose
Heat and Burst is the Japanese one. When you're pressuring an enemy, it's called Heat mode. And then when they're actually pressured or staggered, it's called Burst in the Japanese one. It's kind of funny that some of the stuff is in raw English, not kanji or katakana or any of that, hiragana, any of that stuff. just plain English. Like, Jenova beat is in English, and it's Jenova beat instead of Dream Reaper, so call it whichever one you think. I call it Jenova beat because I think it's kind of funny.
I see. In that case, what?
Because Jenova just beats the shit out of me every time I fight that boss. No? It's hilarious. Top Kekarino. So 29 bar is alright. I would have rather been, like... If you can skip Sephiroth, you can reliably get off the bar sub 29. But you gotta remember, I spent like 10 seconds getting that. And my Scrap Boulevard was not horrendous, but that last fight, unfortunately, was quite the clown fiesta. I was summoning the entire circus in my Dark Arts ritual, and unfortunately I managed to summon most of the circus, just not the entire thing. I couldn't get the big top in time. Anyway. So we've got one more fight left. This one is pretty simple, but it's all RNG. These Corneo thugs are quite the pain in the ass. And really what this fight comes down to is how hard are we going to get screwed. We either get a perfect fight and they all try to melee me, so that I can Blizzard Magnify and just wipe them all out in one shot. If I get at least decent RNG, 3 out of the 4 will all die to Blizzard Magnify, and I'll get at least 1 stagger, so that I can follow up with a Fire to kill the leftover Corneo thug who runs off. Normally, like, they can either stick at the initial position, try and pistol whip you, and then run away to one of the 4 corners, because they want to, like, split up. So what we're going to try and do is hit them, get a little bit of hit stun, and throw a Blizzard. Blizzard has a pretty large explosion radius, so that should take out at least 2 of them, hopefully. But they have to get double hit by the spell for it to work, or get crit. This might work out. Yo, that's actually what I was looking for. That kick was kind of obnoxious, but I can't really complain.
Shinra,
okay.
Not my problem.
Interesting.
Lesson 1 for life on the ground floor. Get some rest.
Well, the split's not that bad, actually. I wasn't focused in on live split, so I didn't lose that much time. It was closer to like 5 seconds when I looked at it, so... Yeah, Chapter 3 is kind of a feast or a famine moment. You either do all the movement perfectly, or you do something dumb, and then you end up losing time. I believe that time save is mainly from screwing up her dialogue trigger at the house. You gotta be careful with these cutscene skips sometimes. If you're too early, you can actually reset to the main menu. And especially in the bike minigame, you can go back to the title screen. Luckily enough, your continue point is right before the mini bike game, so you don't have to worry about it. But the other day I had a very good run going. Well, not a very good run. It was a pretty good one. For a marathon, it was a marathon level run, I'd say. Pretty respectable. Couple of mistakes, but not
mind doing the honors?
Nothing to write home about or be like, it's world recky, boys. It would have technically been world record because we just got done splitting any percent and glitchless. And there's been no like glitchless runs in quite a while. Because all we had for the longest period was a chapter 15 skip, and that one was free as hell. All we had to do was do a specific save load with camera manipulation, and you got to save like 60 to 90 seconds. Because it skips a bunch of fights and speed things up pretty significantly. So we got a set of 3 save loads coming here. This one isn't really that important. It only saves time if you don't screw up. What you gotta do is make sure you're not next to Wedge when he starts poking at the cats. That'll skip a dialogue line that will get him up here quicker, so we can save time. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And that's one of those what I was talking about, where you have to be like within a certain range for a dialogue to happen.
You wait around the corner
So like I said earlier, all that setup I did was specifically for this chapter. So what I did is I took off Skill Master for refocus, because that will split my ATB into thirds and make this fight a lot easier to do. You can do it with Skill Master, but if you miss input once, it's over. You gotta reset. Refocus gives you plenty of backup options, and more or less makes it nearly impossible to fuck up the fight. Not only that, but your ATB is usually 1,000 and 1,000, 2 bars, a 2,000 point bar. But refocus splits it into thirds of 650, 650, and 700. So it gives you a pretty easy break on that, where like your moves are nearly half cost.
My dad, he was a
So,
maintenance
you know,
supervisor at the
for
reactor.
1,000, you've got 1.5-ish moves, and for 2, you have all of them. But, you know, it just allows you to loop commands so much quicker and a lot of other things. Because even though we're going to use ATB Stagger in combination with Ice Magnify to stagger enemies over and over again and get ATB back, there's still only so much you can do with that without the without that ATB split into thirds. Because having that reduced cost means you could spam some like lower ordered attacks and still get 2 or 3 attacks out before ATB Stagger starts activating. And it still offsets. Because ATB Stagger at lowest level gives 300 per activation. The same with Skillmaster. 600 for level 2, 900 ATB for level 3. So we basically get 90% of our action back every time we activate ATB Stagger. The thing is it has a unique interaction with Ice and Magnify. Ice, when you cast it solo, if it staggers an enemy, you only get 1 activation of its stagger properties. If an enemy is staggered by a character, you get 350 limit points. And the base level limit is 1,000 for level 1, 1,350 for level 2. So 3 staggers get you a level 1, 4-ish, 5 usually gets you a level 2. But the thing is even if Ice staggers and kills multiple opponents without Magnify, you only get 1 helping. Same thing with ATB Stagger. You only get 1 activation of ATB Stagger. So you only get 900 ATB back, plus 350 limit. But if you introduce Magnify, Magnify has a really strong interaction with Ice and Wind, where it creates the particles first and then explodes. So it creates all 3 of the ices, even if it would kill all of those enemies, and then the ices explode. Same with Wind. Wind is even better because it sticks to the target, in my opinion, so it's a lot stronger. The thing is, that can trigger stagger, ATB Stagger up to 3 times and give you 3 helpings of limit. So a magnified Ice can easily just give you a level 1 limit. Just flat out give you a level 1 limit. That's actually what we're going to be using in here to refocus. I could use the limit in some other places, but it's 4 to 5 seconds to fire off a limit.
You can use that vending machine over there.
The best place we could have used it would have been on Roche, but the game steals our limit before we get there, regardless of whether it's full or not. Kind of BS, but that's how it is. Even if we could stagger Roche, we could only stagger Roche twice, which will not give us a limit anyway, so we couldn't use a cross-slash on him even if we wanted to, unfortunately. The only way you'll ever cross-slash Roche is if you see somebody playing casually, pretty much.
All according to plan.
Because there's no way in a run to store up a limit on him in any sort of reasonable amount of time. So we're going to come in here and just ice everything up. Okay, I see what's going on here. Blizzard. No, we're not doing that. Blizzard. 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 Let's refocus. What happened?
Enough.
Why you? Who the hell are you?
I don't know what happened and I don't care. My Blizzard didn't activate, I don't think. Either that or I burned all of the ATB because I forgot I wasn't in refocus. Oops. Yeah, the enemies spawned early, which I wasn't ready for, so I kind of like responded on the spot without thinking about it. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's fine. There's 3 MP crates in here. I could have gotten the other one if I didn't have the early spawns. I need to practice this area with the early spawns. I should have known they were coming, though, because I saw early spawns in practice earlier. What am I doing? Fire
No escape.
I knew that was going to happen. Stupid dog. You made me look bad. Blizzard, please back up. Please back up. Thank you.
Bundle up. Going in.
Okay, now we fire. We're gonna swing for a counter here. Fire again because we have 3 ATB, and there you go. So we're gonna fire, counter, ATB boost, fire. You can get away with Blizzard Fire at the end, because Blizzard takes a while to pop. But it's going to require 2 crits, and it's not really worth, like, investing into. It's more like a novelty type thing that you probably shouldn't be doing. ATB boost. I almost screwed up and switched stances.
Burn.
But yeah, you're normally not going to get away with the Blizzard shenanigans. So everything was okay except for that phase 1. The end of phase 1 probably lost me a good another 5 seconds or so, because I ran out of ATB. That's what I meant with refocus. If I had refocus when I was supposed to immediately, I probably wouldn't have run out of ATB. But I refocused late because I'm used to doing it later. I really need to make sure to refocus ASAP from now on, to be honest. It's a major mistake I make pretty consistently. It doesn't end up affecting that fight when those troopers don't spawn out of the door. The ones that came out of the door normally will come after you've killed the troopers in front of you and the one on the upper platform. I may have saved time from killing those sooner, but lost the time from having to kill the other ones manually, so it depends on how long the spawn process is and stuff. I may have broke even, I'm not sure. It wasn't a pretty fight either way. I probably could have ATB boosted, though, I think. ATB boost recharges every 60 seconds now, so there is a possibility I could have ATB boosted at some point to recover that. I don't know if it would have recharged by the time I got to Roche, or if Roche would have reset the timer, like it resets your limit. It's very weird, because like Roche doesn't reset refocus, it doesn't reset your ATB count, it doesn't reset your HP or MP count unless you're playing a regular, easy, or normal, because you can elixir you in those modes. But it resets your limit count. It's very weird. I'm assuming people were having so many issues with it in playtesting that they figured, okay, let's not give them the limit on Roche, because then people will just not fight Roche and use a limit on him immediately. Which is like kind of silly to me. I guess phase 1 is intended to be learning, so they figured people would fire off the limit at phase 1 and then get bullied by phase 2 every time. Not quite sure what the thought process was. You could cross-slash both of the mechs if they get close enough together, but that requires them to back up, and then you have to reposition Cloud to hit both of them with cross-slash. On top of that, I don't have Elemental Lightning on, so my hits would have been pretty weak. So there's a lot of things to factor in there. But overall, I guess we're okay. Kind of a bummer, but that's how it is.
Jesse and Biggs made it back safe?
I guess.
Cool if we check on them? We'll pass by their places anyway.
Sure.
Yeah.
You saw it too, right? Over Scrap Boulevard?
Thanks everybody for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you guys are enjoying commentary. Doing the best I can. I usually love describing
Guess not.
Hope he isn't.
and talking about the game, but I also realize how that gets very old very quickly if you regularly watch the stream. The new information you're going to get is few and far in between, because the resets are pretty heavy in the start. We take some pretty ridiculous strats that can easily blow up in your face if you miss input. That's the case throughout most of the game, but towards the end, you know, once you hit like chapter 10, 11, whatnot, you get to the back half of the game, you focused more heavily on figuring out how to recover or making sure you don't hit the wrong button in the first place, right? So like at the beginning, you have less of an idea or want to recover something. You're just like, no, I don't care. That's kind of where that, oh yeah, ATB boost may have helped there too, herba. I don't know if I would have had 60 seconds of combat though, so we'd have to have seen. So we're gonna get a barrier, the only barrier materia I have right now. I actually sold the rest because I don't plan on using barrier. Barrier is decent casually, but what they don't tell you is its damage reduction actually inhibits your level limit gain. It's basically like sadness in the old game, I guess is the easiest way to put it. It doesn't function quite the same way, but basically it nerfs your damage taken, and that actually goes into the formula. Guarding actually doesn't. So blocking and Punisher counters and stuff will not nerf your limit gain from damage taken. I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain all that. So what we're gonna do right here is Dolphin Tifa. Okay, I guess we're gonna could you not limit the fire up? That was very interesting and not intended at all. I didn't intend to switch to Tifa, I just hit the wrong button. That was pretty jank, and slow as hell. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna go for a Blizzara on Big Boy here. I want to Blizzara these 3 Whispers, and then hopefully I'll get an Impale. That will allow me to counter one of them and more or less kill it. And then I'll Blizzara the remaining 2 that have just a little bit of life left. And because I've killed one of them, the 3rd Blizzara will target the Enigmatic Whisper, and that will stagger him immediately because of the way that these fights function. It'll basically just simplify the heck out of this fight. Okay, it doesn't matter who. I don't even know who. Gotcha. I need to Blizz right here in the menu. Okay. I needed to double check to make sure things were working out. Sword shower, I guess.
Stand back off!
Let's finish this. Going all out.
Okay, we're gonna have to. Are you serious with this? I'm. Okay. I'm actually pretty aghast. Could you not be Ugh. Ugh. Whatever. Man, these splits are so silly.
Sure.
Huh?
I don't know how I keep unchecking the splits. So, I turned global hotkeys off because I had an issue with accidentally splitting, and now I can't split. So, run's still more or less on pace with the previous one. That's quite unfortunate because the previous one was pretty bad, but there's plenty of run left to go. The start is pretty, like, at most, my PB is like 30 seconds, 60 seconds behind world record, which, I mean, is pretty massive, but that's in the first hour. It's a second for every, 10 minutes, or every minute. Pretty bad if you put it that way, but still, that's about, I have a pretty consistent first hour, though, despite that. I think mainly the thing is I just need to execute everything properly the first time through. You can save load here to shorten this cutscene, but I'm not quite sure what the timing is. Yeah, I went for it, but I think you have to do it around here is when you need to do it. You have to save load and then walk into her cutscene. I've been told it's frame perfect. I just kind of YOLO for it. I lose like a second because I try and open up the menu, and that's about it, right? So we're getting to our second menu swap after this. The first several chapters, we can ride our equipment for a very, very long period of time.
They'll be fine.
Maybe.
So,
Thanks.
I just needed to make some minor adjustments. I had to set up for Guard Scorpion to begin with, and then I had to slide out and set up for Roche. The thing is, Roche is a pain in the ass without fire. And you need at least MP up for the Annex fight, or MP Absorb, one or the other. MP Absorb Fire just ends up working out pretty well, so we go with it for the most part. You could probably figure out some way to get away with Lightning. We're gonna 18 boost and just get double triple here. So you see kind of how lower the damage is getting on Triple Slash's last hits. That's because it faces a damage penalty from hitting the same enemy. The second slash gets 50%, and the final slash becomes 10% damage, so pretty massive. So I just want to switch the camera here immediately so I can do this. You gotta have the right rhythm for the parries with Tifa. Mashing as fast as you can, unironically, is not the way to go. You could do that if you're not doing uppercut parries. Uppercut parries are only possible if you remove the concentration bonus from Tifa's weapons, or else you'll end up shooting off Omni Strike now and again. Even more so if you have feathered gloves like I do. I guess you could YOLO and just say whatever, because Metal Knuckles is a 30% chance. Maybe you get it for the boss fight and you don't get it anywhere else. But it's still like every fight's a 30% chance to just lose optimal movement. And with feathered gloves, it's even worse, it's 70, so pretty decent movement so far. hopefully Barrett will stay at that end of the train tracks.
Yeah.
You can have him, he'll spawn right next to the end of the battle cutscene.
Gonna rip off those spindly legs of yours.
He'll spawn right next to the end of the battle flag. So you can warp to him in some cases, it depends. Looks like he's already over here, so we're just gonna move on in. So this uppercut canceling really speeds her up quite a bit.
Everybody on the same page.
I'll show you her parry a little bit here, and then I'll go into the uppercut cancels, and you'll see why it's so much different. The thing is, the uppercuts cancel it immediately, so you get the maximum amount of momentum out of the parry versus this. See, this is, and then you add an uppercut, which automatically cancels the parry at the premium time. You end up with this movement. It's like almost, that was so much that I almost managed to get into the next battle. Alright, so we're just gonna move on our A here. There we go, that's actually pretty good. So we have to deal with a camera change here, but I got pretty close, dang it. I can get up that stairwell. I think I messed up my camera angle pretty bad. I should have gone the other direction. I've never been very good at presetting that camera angle. I gave up on it recently because the parry can carry me up the stairs more consistently, but the trick is like knowing your weakness and realizing that you need to stop doing the thing. You can actually parry so fast that you can end up joining these fights, which is not something that's normally possible. So I'm watching right here to make sure ice makes contact. I mentioned it earlier, but ice and fire can interact with the environment and basically zero out its damage. So if the ice spell decides to, it can hit the floor and not hurt the enemy. What I'm looking for is the enemy to either get popped up or the word pressured to show up under the name, which indicates that the ice spell hit the garage strikes and not the floor. This fight's a little bit more annoying. And we're gonna go for Blizzard, Star Shower, Blizzara.
That's it. You're
Blizzara. Okay. And now we're good to go. So we're gonna give Cloud his MP up back, but I'm also going to set up for a save load here. So if I enter the menu at the right time here, what I'll do is I'll do my menuing, I'll save and load, and it'll skip the slowdown in the cutscene here. Since I already have to menu anyway, I might as well take full advantage of it. So I'm waiting for this right here, Cloud to do this, and then I want that. Then I want to go into Thunder, Magnify, Thunder and Magnify, Thundiga, Magnify, and I should have save loaded while I was in the menu, but I'm used to closing the menu. So we went for it twice anyway. And it's quite unfortunate, but that's how it is sometimes. We're gonna
Let's just give it a quick once over and call it in.
ATB boost and then catastrophe. Cloud's thunder. Cloud's thunder. Excuse me, Thundera. That was unfortunate that Barrett's catastrophe didn't get off, I guess. You know what? That's probably my fault because I never changed it, did I? Yep, that was my fault. Okay, good thing I caught that. That would have made Crab Warden literally impossible with my strat. I would not have been able to finish the fight, and I would have gotten all the way into phase 3 and then had to reset this run. That would have been very annoying. This run's not good enough for me to really care about resetting it. But in terms of, like, a marathon run, I really would not want to reset Crab Warden. It's pretty embarrassing to have to reset an early boss like this over a silly mistake like that. I did lose more time having to go in and put Goddardum Rung back on, but I should have read my menu. That was my fault. I can't really blame anyone but myself.
It's not that I hate it.
Either my bad memory or my inability to think forward, as it were. So these fights over here can be pretty annoying. I gotta be very careful about how I deal with them. We are on Lightning Elemental, or Lightning Magnified, Lightning MP Absorb right now, so we're going to start siphoning MP back on everything we hit. We're not gonna hit max MP for the rest of this chapter, but we will float around max MP for most of the chapters coming up. So ATB boost immediately, Thundera, Thundiga. So Thunderga normally kills, but I True Strike to make sure Barret was going to be synergizing lightning. Synergy, what it does is it casts a tier 1 linked spell whenever the character the player is controlling performs a offensive action. And this includes ATB attacks. It includes any sort of offensive spell, any sort of limit. And it also includes debuffs. So Berserk, Sleep, Stop will all trigger it as well. It's a very useful materia. It normally takes ATB and MP, but they fixed it, or they upgraded it in this version, so it's kind of ridiculous now. Then we're gonna go this. Then we're just gonna Unbridled Strength because it makes my life easier. And Omni Strike, Uppercut. Okay. That's really bad, actually. Going to have to do this in a really weird way, I think. I know how to fix this. Thundera. I figured that'd be the case. Okay, good. Okay, I switched to Barret mid-cutscene, so the game wasn't really happy about it, but it gave it to me anyway. I want to start this with Barret, because I can tank the attack from the boss, because limits are invincible now. I don't want anybody else taking these hits if I don't have to, so Cloud over here. Cloud Thunder up. Thunder, True Strike, cut. And we're out of here. Good fight.
Yeah.
Good chapter. Normally, like, you want to get to that ladder around 5:30. I'd say you could probably get a very low, maybe even a 52 minutes, 53-minute ladder. What I usually get around is 53:30, I think is the best I've ever seen. That was like a very, very high 53. So as long as I performed the boss right, I was okay. But luckily,
Looks dead
because the fight went well, even though I screwed up the Gotterdammerung thing, and the Cloud managed to roast everything for the most part. What I should have done was Thundera Magnify. I think it would have taken out the Flame Trooper. So we want to make sure Tifa gets held behind here as much as possible. I think I may have not jailed her properly. Nope. She's going to get on the catwalk before I do.
Nothing but air below
You normally
us.
want to get her stuck behind you,
Just don't look down,
but I
okay?
messed it up. It can be quite difficult to get it. So we're heading rapidly into the mid-game. Still in the start, though. I don't think the mid-game really starts until we get Aerith. And that's definitely early mid-game. Real mid-game proper to me is when we get Tifa back in the party with Aerith. And that's when things kind of start
Maybe the
popping
gate
off,
didn't
because
fetch
Tifa and
because
Aerith
there's
are,
no
like,
guards
some of the highest damage dealers without, like, any sort of caveats. Tifa's Star Shower plus limit makes her damage ridiculously high to the point where, like, you don't even... it's kind of hard for casual. You may not even understand or realize. Star Shower buffs the next move by 70%, as long as you input that move before Tifa gets out of the splashdown animation. You know how she kind of jumps around, bouncing off of invisible air like she's some anime character, which she might as well be, I guess. When she splashes on the ground, that does most of the damage, stagger and all that. But it also determines whether or not you're going to be able to buff the next move. If you're in control of her, you need to make sure you input the move right about then. With the AI, you can buffer inputs and through shortcuts tell them to do a move ahead of time. You can still do it through the tactical menu as well. You can, like, I could tell Barret to Thundera, they go back into the tactical menu and then be like, alright, you're casting Thundera, cast another one right after that. And you'll go, okay, sure. And you can buffer those in. I tried to skip a little bit early.
Don't mind us, y'all.
Oh, I was on Tifa. She's in such a weird spot, it threw me off.
They busted?
Normally, oh, that was awful.
One less thing.
That was
for
an
us to worry
extremely fast flee. Either that or I hit a cutscene flag by accident because I think there might be a cutscene flag there that can force you out of combat. And like if you're not moving through it properly, you hit it you'll trigger it. I've gotten all the way over to the bridge because that felt less than 3 seconds for sure, so that had to have been a trigger. I didn't even realize that till now. I'll have to like optimize my movement because it looks like there's a big fat trigger somewhere in the middle, so I need to like go tight or go wide. I think going tight's probably the right right call because it's probably very narrow.
So we're shooting for those giant fans way over there.
So a lot of the movement here is how long do we get to flee, basically. That's all it comes down to.
Shit roll downhill fast.
Because we're just trying to get as far away from all this garbage as possible. I believe this is another one of those triggers where it forces you out of combat. I haven't ever gotten past that mid-box segment, or that mid-larger platform. So, I kind of messed up on the turrets. You can get around that and get all the way over to the catwalk and a little bit deeper. But I either got an extremely fast flee, which I don't believe was the case, or I hit a cutscene flag, which... Because it always seems to be in that area where Cloud stops and puts away. The thing is that I don't know enough about, like, the new game speedruns in general, to know if my theory is correct, right? Because the new game runners know for the most part. Right. Because it's probably insanely hard to get past that with just dodge rolls rather than parries. Because I believe new game will do the Chadley mission for parry on Airbuster, and then you can get parry once you get Aerith in the party, so once you get to the slums. So yeah, I normally want to be to the end of this by about 60 minutes, but whatever. This is a decent enough run. I have plenty of time to save in the late game, from it being unfamiliar. Also, I probably have a lot more time to save on Jenova. Unfortunately, Jenova is going to dog my next few runs until I sit down and spend a significant portion of time rerouting that fight. I need to reroute Hojo's lab again. I kind of have a route, but I'm torn between using Wind Magnify to take care of everything and Lightning Magnify. Lightning Magnify specifically because I can Thundera Magnify the 2 missile turrets and Somersault one of them, and then Soul Drain 2 of them with Aerith while they're in staggered state, and get her back to full MP right then and there, and I don't have to bother with any of the previous crates. And it doesn't really matter what the RNG is up till then.
Say what?
So, it's kind of a hard, I'm not sure moment. Thundiga. Okay. You want to Thundiga that guy, I guess?
One-way path to darkness and death.
That's, kind of awful. Oh, what? I'm kind of awful. I was fine, and then I moved too far. Rip. Rip, 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 rip. Alright, so I'm going to lock onto these guys. You want to make sure you thunder that left one, not the right one. For whatever reason, if you thunder magnify the right turret, it will not propagate to the left one. But if you target the left one, it'll propagate to the right one. And you also don't want to uppercut parry there. Tifa will get across fast enough if you just use regular parry, so there's no reason to go all in. So just make sure you're trying to maintain the right rhythm. Well, that was nice. That was actually about as good as that gets. Being able to stop right before this is really good, because then you don't have any, like, momentum from either of the characters or whatever. And you can kind of tilt Tifa so Cloud spawns face towards the switch. It's really nice. I would say that, like, to some extent, I think hard starting Tifa as leader for these segments is probably the better way to handle it, because then you don't have the delayed camera switch. I could have fleed into this fight immediately, but you want to make sure you don't do that. That's probably a bad angle. Okay, good. I corrected it with the camera. The triangle button is still the boss.
Almost done. It's a shame
so what I
to
mean
wander
is,
around so much.
the camera swap still happens even if Tifa's leader. The only difference is if I start with Cloud, I have to do the camera swap each time, which means I need to press the D-pad buttons to switch to her and then put my hands back on the controls. It does give me a second to input the guard button and the uppercut. so that I can keep them buffered properly. But it is quite obnoxious. Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm not in the right spot. I need to switch to Tifa here, and I'm gonna menu Thunder for a very specific reason. So Tifa, 1, 2, Cloud Thunder. I could shortcut it because I have it, but I have messed up that fight before. The reason is, you see these monsters that spawn, they're normally supposed to be part of that fight. But if I do it that way, I can separate the two fights, and what it'll do is give me, allow me to have another fight here that I can parry flee away from.
I hope that Jesse's injury.
So it's a pretty nice little time save. Would be more if Tifa didn't get in a really silly spot. This camera angle is also horrendous. I've screwed myself over pretty bad.
Cloud's gonna cover for Wedge too.
You can get pretty close to the elevator here, but
Don't you worry.
you still save a
He knew
ton
we
of
might
time
need
by
this,
doing
so he
that.
came up with a few ways to
I
do
save a
it.
little bit less
We
by
oughta
doing
reach
it the
him
way I
long
do
before he
it, rather
dies
than
aboard.
doing it with shortcuts. But I'll take a consistent skip that saves time over a little bit more of a
And we're back
dicey
at the
one
cargo platform.
that saves an extra
ready,
second
Marco.
that can end up costing me like 5 or 6 because of just the sheer movement speed difference is massive. You can tell how even outside of combat when you're in a full run, you cannot even compare to regular parries from Tifa, much less
So
the
long,
uppercut
Underblade.
canceled
I hate
instantaneous parries. The nice thing about it is you don't even have to mash triangle, you just have to hold it. Because the game will continuously try and interrupt out of the parry. Parries can interrupt your triangle input in this version and your regular attacks. You can't, I don't believe you can interrupt overrun or overcharge. I'm not sure if you can interrupt Tempest. I mean, if you wanted to interrupt Tempest, you could just let go and then try and roll out of it. But I don't know. For the most part, you shouldn't be controlling Aerith, so it's kind of hard to know what the subtleties are with her. At least in a New Game Plus run, you shouldn't be controlling her. ATB boost, I don't know what I'm doing, that's really bad. Thunder. Okay. I wanted to get the True Strike, because sometimes he survives by a very narrow margin.
Big should be waiting for us up ahead.
He's probably worried.
Excuse me,
about us.
I get a... I'm not used to talking this
Even
much,
after
so
all
like my
that
throat's
fighting,
kind of
no
like
one's
not
coming for
having it.
us?
No need. This is Shinra City.
So
All you have cameras
that's a
everywhere.
pretty nice time.
Why didn't you say something
155.
sooner?
I'd say a 105 is pretty good.
It's like
Obviously,
walking
like I said, I'm 30 to
You're
60
on it.
seconds behind
Only
world
2 ways
record
off.
at my hour mark.
Keep my balance.
So you can obviously get in there at
You'll be
like
good at it.
104, 104.30 minimum, high 104. So it's definitely slow.
Tifa?
But if you keep measuring yourself by
It's
world
nothing.
record, you're going to defeat yourself well before the game
Just
defeats you.
thinking about the next step. Didn't think I'd
It
be
is
this
a
nervous.
good watermark, I guess, for the casual viewer to kind of understand. But the difference is, there's a lot of meat left on the bone, about 6 minutes or so. I believe the initial world record was 438. Well, not the initial one, but the most recent one was 438. But that was more or less a PlayStation 4 route on the PS5. It's a very good
Here,
run
maybe?
that has the highest level of execution. That's the only way you could get a time like that with a
next.
dated route. Because the thing is, wind is very much a lot stronger. Your limits are invincible now, so you can throw them out with impunity. And Synergy is an extremely strong materia that can save. An easy way to put this is it saves 30
They
seconds
stick
on
this big boy on
Airbuster
us,
alone.
we'd be screwed 6
It
ways
saves
to
10
Sunday.
seconds on
Mechanized
Abzu.
units like these
It saves
were
another
designed
10
to take
seconds
giant monsters.
on Eligor.
Probably a new prototype.
It's a massive
If
time
you
save,
decide
and
to
it can
deploy
simplify a lot of enemy
and our
encounters
best bet
too.
would be to run like hell.
So there's a lot of stuff you have to take into account. Synergy can also simplify a lot of
Where
fights.
is
Like,
everybody?
you see how there's 4 enemies here? You normally would need a triple slash, but I can get around that by doing this, waiting, switching to Barret, and bam. Easy peasy, right?
Oh yeah, another one.
That's
in
a
the
really
basket.
nice little neat trick you can do with Synergy. Synergy will normally target what you hit first, but since I kill it and I switch to Barret, the game treats it like a normal spell. So I get to retarget it. Switch to Barret. There you go. Easy peasy
That's
every
the way to
time.
do it.
Save a ton of MP. Everything goes down real quick. I love it.
Well,
Thunder.
what we got here? I can deal with those things.
Okay. That's how I need to do it. Thunder,
Not
thunder.
bad.
Got it backwards. That makes sense.
So, it was like this last time?
Little more chaos.
I was doing it Thunder,
Yeah.
and it usually resulted in one of those surviving. Now I understand how to do it properly. Okay. So we're gonna need to nuke the shock troopers here. One way to do it is Catastrophe. The problem is Catastrophe is extremely slow. Like, extremely. If you need Barrett for a cutscene, it's 15 plus seconds of investment. 5 seconds of wind-up, about 10 seconds of resolve, plus however long it takes him to get on the floor and going. So we're gonna do this. Tifa's gonna Thunder up. That's wrong. I don't know why that was the input, but okay, I guess we'll lose some time to that. So, lock on, Thundera, switch over to Barrett. Okay, I guess we're gonna do it the hard way. That's so stupid. That was extremely stupid time loss, but
Yeah.
I've had a lot of issues with Chapter 7 recently. It's quite rough. So I could have just Thundergunned with Cloud. That would have been a fool's errand, because Star Shower more likely than not would have triggered the dodge animation on those shock troopers, and then I would have had no way to jail Tifa to keep her from activating their dodge. So we're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Okay.
All clear. Now let's see what. Huh?
Key card.
So that room's done. Hopefully we can keep pace
Over
for the rest
here.
of the rooms.
It looks like a...
Could tamper it.
And give our...
There should be a console.
This the console you
Oh
talking
gosh.
about?
You don't want Barrett to get ahead of you. If you actually let Barrett touch you when you're running over here, he'll give you
Think you can get it?
Needs
a nice
Try that
slowdown.
key.
I need to add a different split for this, so I have
Pretty
one
sure
for the chapter, one for Airbuster and whatnot. The fights in this chapter can are very fluid,
Just imagining their faces.
and
so good.
Right.
in some circumstances, a single misinput can completely shit can the fight, and you need to restart it. That shock trooper fight is one of them, because shock troopers are very hard to put down with lightning magnify. If I had fire, I could probably get away with it, but we're sticking with lightning because it's simpler.
Going down without a fight.
So I got pretty close to getting all the way up the
Let's go.
stairs. I used Barrett's Synergy just to make my life a little bit easier. Catastrophe. Okay, TP, you want to kill that thing? What? Okay, sure.
Looks like there's 2 consoles this time.
Hold up.
Whatever.
Ain't we gonna settle?
I could have reset over that, but there was just no reason to at this point. I'm just gonna have to like play this a bit safer. Unfortunately.
Okay, everything. Those greedy
Barrett!
the people.
1,000 Gil says they cut this out.
Alright, so this fight's gonna stink. I normally want to Thunder a Magnify, but I'm gonna have to downgrade it to Thunder Magnify since I accidentally wasted that Thunderga. Catastrophe that. First strike. Catastrophe should two-shot him at this point though. Good. True Strike did what I wanted it to. I'm lucky that I got him in that position. It allowed me to back it up correctly. Thunder. It's a boost. Thunder. Okay. Alright, TP, you wanna... That's kind of a bummer. That guy can be a real big pain in the ass to get rid of. I should be able to recover my MP. There's 2 crates that I know I can get my greedy paws on. This is the reason I have the MP up, is because this chapter can be quite frustrating without it. So, I mean, the MP up can get cut again. There may be something I want to do, cut it for HP up. Because this is basically the only place where it's really hard to maintain max MP, if not impossible for certain segments. I wanted to heal her, but I guess not. Switch over to... Nope! I'm used to switching to Cloud here, so sorry about that. ATB boost into Thunder. Alright, so oops. I guess I'll have to grab this anyway. I wanted to get this with Tifa, but I kind of moved around the wrong crate the wrong way. I meant to go right then left, and I went left off of that first.
We should be good.
Swap.
Right.
So I am gonna Thundaga these dinguses.
Move aside.
It'll make my life a lot easier. And switch over to Tifa. Thundaga's gonna hit a little bit lighter, so this might take a bit longer. Okay, we're dead.
Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing, Coach.
I could switch him to Synergy earlier, but I'm not going to. You're not going to get much out of synergizing off of these dinguses here. I need to heal Tifa up all the way, though. She's not going to be able to eat Tank Buster if I don't make sure she's in for Tifa. Alright, so I'm going to show off a little bit of tech here. You can uppercut cancel, too, but you got to make sure that you wait for that little number to show up at the bottom. So we can also cancel focus strikes to make them real quick. You got to keep in mind, though, that if you chain focus strikes, you can activate ATB assist like this. Okay, and then we want to go into Barrett into EKG. No, Goddard Tifa, yes, and this for this, and I want to demag both of these. All right, so we are going to kind of give you a pre-show on the sweeper here. What I'm going to do to Valkyrie. I could cast Thunder here, but I'm not sure about my MP levels, so I want to be careful.
No way we're getting back up that pipe.
Keep looking.
I think that may have delayed that a little bit, but I wanted to make sure my HP is as quick as possible. This should be the last fight. Focus strike, cancel, focus strike, cancel, focus strike. As long as focus strike lands, it will inflict a significant... Gosh, dang. These stupid enemies, for some reason their hitboxes don't go away in some cases. The sweeper is probably one of the worst ones. I probably should break one of the arms first, and that would make that a little bit more consistent. Normally, if I do it that way, he backs up into that vaultable object, so it kind of screws me over pretty bad. We're probably going to lose time on Airbuster, because I guess last time I must have had like a god level Buster. Either that or I just didn't screw anything up.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I very early on screwed up that one room. Luckily, recovering the MP isn't that too bad because of the MP absorb. It makes it a little bit easier to get back on track. There's also a crate after that sweeper I can also get my paws on if I need it. So I have a fairly wide margin for my MP, but it is something you need to keep in mind. So we are going into another set of menus real quick here that we're going to have before Reno. We're going to give Synergy over to Aerith.
Okay.
We're going
Pay attention, you two.
to set Aerith up, actually, just in general, partially. But for now, we're going to focus on Airbuster. Airbuster can be quite the hard fight. We're going to Thundera right off the bat to get him in a kind of a pressured state. So hopefully we can keep Cloud from getting zapped by his little electric balls he throws on the floor. That's the big issue for the most part. Having Cloud get stunned basically takes that 30-second time save and throws it right out the window and says, nope, you're doing it normally, dummy. So we're going to Thundera, lock on, True Strike, uppercut, into focus. Nice ATB, by the way. Focus again. And then we're going to refocus, switch over to Cloud, and build some ATB here. Okay, now we're going to come over here, wait till he stops, and then go over to focus, wait, cancel, focus, hide, focus, True Strike, uppercut, uppercut, uppercut. Okay. So that's a perfect phase one. I was a little bit hesitant on focus striking through Tank Buster. With parry and focus strike looped together, you can get through Tank Buster. I'm not sure if you can do it without parry, but I know parry definitely helps. Thundera, Thundera, Thundera. 1, 2, 3.
Buzz off.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that the spell went through. Okay, and there we go. Lost a little bit of time, what a surprise. But that's how it goes. That's usually what happens when you reset a really bad fight. I believe I want this. I want first strike, and then I want refocus for... Wait, what? No. MP absorb for time. Where is it? Wait, what? Oh, Cloud's MP absorb for time. Dumb. Okay, then we want to go over to Iron Blade. No. Chain Mangled Tifa, yes. We want Metal Knuckles, no. And Mithril Rod, no. Then we want to set up Cloud's shortcuts. This should be Blade Burst, yes. SD, and, yep, slash. All right, oopsie doopsie. My brain kind of freezes there sometimes. I need to practice this menu a little bit more, I think. I actually should practice both bosses into that menu.
Little help in here, guys?
Blade Burst as soon as the targets show up. 1, 2, 3, and spin to win. HP boost.
Just in case.
Easy peasy.
What's his face?
With Fire and Fyra, you can get rid of that first wave of enemies quick enough that you can get Reno to drop down 1 cycle sooner. He's on a timer, and we missed the first one without Fire. So I could have Fire Elemental on my Iron Blade so that I could do that, theoretically. But Ice Elemental overall is going to carry us through most of the game. You may have noticed that I just died, but gave myself a limit somehow, and I'll explain that once we get out of this and I do the menu after. Okie dokie. So we got magic ups. That's not the right thing. I shouldn't have buffered the input. Stop it. Brain, this, and then it's fire for magnify. Okay. Alright. So, Iron Blade and Self-Destruct.
Right.
It has these two have a very strong synergy that you wouldn't expect otherwise. Okay, we're not gonna heal because I'm
Come on.
I can normally heal there, but there's plenty of other spots to do it.
I'll go first. Okay.
What's the holdup?
So we're gonna switch angles here for the first one, and then switch back. The reason is, when I cut this chandelier, I will be able to continue moving once the camera lock goes away. The camera's gonna pan down, I'm not gonna be able to do anything during that. 1, 2, and right there, once you hear it slam, start holding right again. And I can buffer some inputs while I'm waiting for the game to pan the camera back. But if you switch the camera angle to anything other than that straight-on angle I was using, you end up making it very hard to... Okay, good. You can't drop anywhere but on that one rung, so you gotta be careful about it. Healing where I was going to at the Whispers is nice, but you still end up taking some damage from those random bullets. So there's a few other places that you can heal when you're running around with Aerith on the rooftops and still not lose time. You really don't have to heal. I find it's very useful to have heal.
More of those things.
It's like they're
You can't have HP up with this
Stay
setup,
close.
and I'll explain that kind of as I go, why you can't have it with self-destruct.
Need to stay ahead of
So you do kind of need heal. Self-destruct setup will usually keep you flooded. Not flooded in HP, but at least it'll keep you at a static amount. Roughly around between 60 and 80%, depending on what you're self-destructing on.
They gone?
If you're self-destructing on the wrong enemies, you're going to end up at like 10 or 20% HP, so you gotta be very careful. Self-destruct's regain is based solely on what you're hitting with it.
See that pillar?
It says 40% damage, but what you got to keep in mind is that's limited to the pool of the enemy's HP that you're hitting. So if you like self-destruct on a hedgehog
bit of
pie,
body
they only
guard
have like 1,000 HP, so you're only going to get like 400 hit points back at
back
most.
to the Sector 7
Something like that. I can't remember what the actual number is because I don't have it.
Yep.
I don't even think the Ultimania translation
That
has
suit
it.
from earlier.
But for the
was
most
one
part,
of
you just have to like
Shinra's
test out and see who you can,
What's a Turk
what you can
want with
self-destruct on and what you
Dunno.
can't. Alright, so the way that this functions is Iron Blade has two abilities,
Potential soldiers and
and that's the basis
They
for
do
why
more than
this
just scout
works.
for
One of
candidates.
them
Turks
is,
get called in
is
to handle all
not
kinds of
necessary, but very
situations
helpful.
with extreme prejudice.
The first one that you need is
Professional
Reprieve. It
bad
acts
guys.
like Angel Earrings or
Gotta love 'em.
Superstar Belt.
Back to my
It
question.
basically will revive
what's
you
it
when
to
you
you?
hit 1 HP, as
Look
long
like
as
you
you've
knew each
taken
other.
damage and you weren't already at 1 hit point once per battle. So if
Forget
Cloud
You mad?
self-destructs, he normally inflicts instant death. The reason, how we sidestep this is through subversion warding.
Be
So now
surprised
we
if
were
you
evading
have.
instant death and just inflicting a
Honestly,
ton
kind of
of self-damage.
Well, first time and all.
The reason we get up with more HP than 0 is because enemy skill is bound with HP absorb as well. So we can siphon 40% of our output damage, I believe it is, from what we hit. But if we hit something with a large enough HP pool, we can basically recover to max HP. We have a very low HP pool anyway to make this work optimally, so...
Those are the words of a soldier
you
candidate?
know, your HP is going to be kind of like roughly around 2,000 to 3,000 most of the time if you're
I'll go
self-destructing continuously. That's why I have the heal though. That's not what I wanted to do. I meant to be mashing triangle. I almost healed instead. That could have been really bad. I'm lucky I only mashed it twice.
Unexpected. Thank you, Cloud.
The other thing I have on is Ice Elemental. That can really be any magic, and if you really, really want to, you can optimize for elements.
Too much.
So, like, you could start Cloud with Wind Elemental here for Rude later on, or Fire Elemental for the Reno fight plus Thugs, or I guess plus Soldiers. Here's the place I would want to heal.
After all, I
So
can't
there
count
we go,
on
fully
you.
healed up.
Sure about this?
See for yourself.
So Reprieve keeps me from dying. HP Absorb steals HP from the enemy and puts me back up to nearly max or max, depending on the
Maybe you
situation.
shouldn't talk.
Or
Then
almost
you
nothing if I'm doing it in the
Tell me a
wrong
story.
position. So we're gonna...
Not for free.
Cheapskate. You're.
Gonna take our lunchtime meds and continue.
Gotcha.
So self-destruct.
You're killing
The
me.
reason that we get limit though is because we trade out instant death for self-damage. Obviously, we also want it so that Reprieve activates. But the cool thing about it is your limit gain is not based on your raw HP lost. So if you have 4,820 HP, which is Cloud's base HP with no modifiers, or you have him up at 9,999, if you lose either of those bars, you gain the same amount of limit. So when you take 4,820 damage, I get you know, 100% of that limit gain. So it's like, we'll say 500 limit points, okay?
Try to stay behind.
If I lose the full 9,999, I get 50% of my limit. But if you throttle your HP by making sure you have no HP additives, self-destruct does a significantly large amount of damage, usually max.
Station's there.
So
I can see that.
I'm taking 9,999 HP, but I only have 4,820. Well, the game doesn't really care that I don't have 9K. It still counts it. So the way limit gain works is on a percentage of HP lost, not on HP lost. So if I had max HP and I self-destructed, I would lose 100% of my HP, so I would get that 100% limit gain, so I would get 500 points. But because I am self-destructing at much lower than 5,000 HP, I'm getting 2,000 or 200 and some percent of HP lost, so I get 200 and some percent of limit gain. So basically, I go from getting 500 points of limit to 1,000. So I get very close. It's not 1,000 though. You get very close without magic ups on
That didn't work.
and weak
Maybe
armor
it's broken?
with
Maybe this
Force
power
Bracelet
is around
and self-destruct with no magic up. You land at about 90 to 95% limit gain. Basically, tanking any one somewhat large hit will get you your level 1 limit. And that's what we do a lot of the times to offset the lack of magic up on Cloud. Because why the hell would you give it to her when Aerith can, like, literally one-shot everything with tier 1 spells if you give her magic up?
Because they went for the stronger prey.
So right now, we're using self-destruct to dope limits for free and do a lot of damage. Aerith, Cloud has also got assist in Skillmaster. Skillmaster is just in case he loops more than 3 commands, he'll get ATB back. Assist is more so that we can use weaker techniques like Disorder to hit the enemy, get a refund on our ATB, and then link 2 commands back to back so we can give 600 ATB to Aerith. Disorder's really good just for triggering assist in that aspect, and it does do some decent damage. It's not game-breaking, but it's something I've warmed up to over time. Initially, I was like, "That's a stupid move. I hate it. This is dumb. Forget it. I'm gonna unlearn it." To the point where when I did my next casual new game playthrough, I immediately learned Disorder and didn't think about it twice. But the cool thing is, on hit, Disorder refunds ATB. So we can get a pretty decent chunk back. That's gonna miss. Yeah, I figured that'd have to be the case.
Was never in doubt.
I cast that Thundera too soon, and it almost it would have survived if I hadn't attacked it with Cloud. That was a major mistake on my part. I could have let Aerith tag it too, but I don't trust the AI in this game to actually do what I want it to. So normally I'm trying to get into town around 130. Sub 130. I might be able to get like a 130-30. That's okay, but not good. Not what I would like to see anyway. It depends on if I get a bazillion stops here or not. Okay, I only got 1. That's not too bad. This one is a lot easier to not get stopped on because the camera angle's already changed. Like I said before, your movement is 100% based on the camera. So the reason you end up getting jank movement sometimes is usually because they decided to have a cinematic camera angle. So I want to make sure that I don't cut this camera too hard until after I flip the switch. If I changed the camera to the direction that it is now before I flipped the switch, Cloud would have let go and I would have had re-grip it.
You're getting paid right now.
Yeah, it looks like 130-30 is off the table, actually. I'd say it's a 140, probably 130-40. Whatever. There's been a lot of roughness in the beginning. This isn't going to be a massive PB. It's not even going to technically be like a real PB. It's just going to be a glitchless one. Because I haven't done glitchless for quite a while. I think I did 1 marathon run glitchless, but I wanted to split there for some reason. Okay, so I'm going to go take my first restroom break, and I will see you guys in a minute. Enjoy this little cutscene weenie. I'm going to move over here so I'm in the right spot, and I'm going to heal up Aerith right now, and then I'll be right back.
While fallen beams and other debris continue to hinder rescue efforts, the fires appear to have been mostly extinguished.
So if we help catch the bombers, we get a reward
over there.
or something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse
gloom.
me, ma'am, but would you mind answering a few
Right?
questions?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you give
reason
us any
for them to
updates on the
attack
status of the reactor? What
when
kind
the
of
train's
damage did
gonna
it
start
suffer in the
up again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And given that this group has now attacked 2 reactors in quick succession, can they really be stopped before they strike again?
What do you
guys are
think?
unbelievable.
well,
Without the reactors, how are we supposed to live? Stand up and fight.
Have no fear.
To destroy our way of
Shinra
life.
will keep Midgar safe.
So I'm going to take a standing break here. When you have a back as godly as mine, you need to make sure you do the best you can for it.
All right, let's
Because it's
go.
not going to help you out.
Oh, what timing. Mind lending me a hand?
Place is really hopping, huh?
Nice side effect of the train situation. So, what do you say?
I'd love to, but
You need to be very careful about how far you get
every
away,
now and then. It's fun.
or else she won't trigger her next cutscene. I was too busy trying to get food in my mouth and not thinking about it.
There?
Was trying to get a look at the reactor.
Oops.
Who's this guy?
This is Cloud. He's a mercenary. And currently my bodyguard. That's Oates.
See you.
2 peas in a pod.
So our next major menu is going to come in the next chapter.
So, what are you guys
major?
up to?
No.
We all went to see
I'd
the
say a lot of
reactor.
these menus are pretty minor.
Right. You're supposed
The
to
Reno
come by
one
the
was
house.
somewhat major because it was
What
2
for?
menus split
I
up.
don't know. You're just supposed to.
Because of the
Well,
way that I have to
guess
do
we
the
have a new
fight.
destination.
I could do the magic up
I
stuff,
should
like
probably
right then and
explain.
there before
The
that
Leaf
fight.
House is the local orphanage. That's where all these
But
kids live.
if it's
Hey,
splitting,
Aaron,
you know,
where'd you
opening the
go?
menu an
The
additional
church
time,
again? Next time.
over
we
like
should all
making
go
just
together.
everything easier in general for that fight, I'll take the
Hello,
the stupid double menu.
Popular as ever, I see.
Apparently.
At a certain
they
point,
should
you
keep
have
me
to
on my
like cut
toes.
bait and know when you want, when you're
Better than
concerned, when
being
you should be
bedridden.
concerned about the
Thanks again for all
menus
those herbs.
and having too many of
Helped a lot
them,
of people.
and when
No
you're
problem.
trying to cut
Anytime.
menus so hard that
How'd
you're
you
making
manage
all
to
the
find
fights
so many
really
anyway?
stupid and high luck dependent.
I have my ways.
And him?
He's my bodyguard, just until I get home.
And you're sure he's up to it?
Maybe. Since I'm so generous, I gather medicinal herbs for his patients sometimes.
I got the good
Here's the
pattern.
Leaf House.
There you are. We're back.
Alright.
Sorry.
So
to
sometimes
be grumpy.
Aerith
Well then, no problem.
will go
All you
for
can
in
care.
between
What
these
with all
two
this-
I'm
tables.
sure they will.
Let's all
Um,
before our meeting.
But I could tell I was going to get the good pattern because of the direction she was walking. She wasn't going to go to the table.
To your place, Aerith.
So yeah.
One day,
I
I want to grow up and be just like Jessie.
You have a tiny saves, couple of saves here.
So, Cloud, what's your favorite flower?
This
They're
one
all the
doesn't
same to
really
me.
save any time, so I'm not going to bother.
You sure you want to say that to a florist?
Better than lying.
Okay.
Okay. The okay then, though, this one saves a couple of seconds. A good 3 or 4 seconds. Pretty impactful. The big ones are the one of the ones back in Chapter 4 save a ton of time. When we're around Jesse's house, I think it is. The one in the Mako reactor saves a ton of time as well. That one saves around
My
10.
house is just up this path.
And
Well, it should
then
be home
there's
by
another
now.
one in the
So I'll introduce you.
arena in the next chapter. Kind of variable though. It seems that you can be on a load cycle sometimes where Aerith's second line of dialogue takes
There
place
you go.
before you can
That's
save
my
load.
house.
It's amazing.
So you end up saving like 9 seconds instead of 10 because you have to listen to a line of dialogue because you can't just pull up the menu and be like, shut up, Aerith. The game prioritizes her dialogue before loading the freaking menu, so
That Aerith. She's a handful, isn't she?
it's something you gotta keep in mind. I want to just tap the stair thing, but I guess the game wasn't having none of that today.
And these right here are my babies.
Chill things up a little bit in here. Cycle the AC, but it's so cold today that I don't really want to run it that much. Kind of like I have a very soft area. I can usually deal with pretty high heat when I'm
Which
focusing
ones do you
on
think we should
something.
pick?
Any of them.
Oh, don't be like that. I know you have an eye for this kind of thing.
We're gonna go
Good
for
eye.
Google here.
People used to give these to declare their loyalty to one another.
You just want to pick 3 of anything.
Interesting, right?
The white flowers are the best because they're closest to where you need to go. You can also do Chocobo too. What I
think we
mean
still
is
need a few
picking
more.
3 of any one single
Which
color
should we pick next?
will result in a mascot mural. The white lilies obviously give us a Moogle. The yellow
said,
ones
as
give
many
us
as you
the
can carry,
Chocobo.
so maybe a few
and
more?
the light green ones over here actually give us a Cactuar, the foxtails. Even though I'm sure most of you think brown when you think of foxtails, because
I
that's
think
usually
we're
the
good
color
now.
they are
What do you say?
when you
Shall we
interact
go?
with them. At least that's what I remember. When I hear foxtails, I'm like, wait a minute, those aren't brown, those are
No
green.
need to hurry.
Yep,
We're
they're
not under the
definitely
gun or
green at some
anything.
point. Ding
I'm
dong.
not cut out for this crap.
Sure you are. And when you're done, you'll be drowning
So
in
we
job
have
offers.
to do some pretty specific stuff to get through this next area
So,
without wasting a
how
ton
do
of
you think they'll
time.
arrange these flowers?
Don't know.
The rats
Well,
can
we'll soon
very
find out.
easily screw us over. So I need to be fairly careful how I deal with them. All the rats from this point forward can activate Call to Arms, which will summon a second wave of rats. The second wave of rats is not so much the issue, as is the matter of, oh no, they're summoning rats.
I remember.
What
Where's
will I
Eric?
ever do?
The leaf house.
Alright, I'll just hit them with a spell or something, right? I'll just self-destruct and kill them all. No. Problem is, they go through this really long animation of digging up out from the earth, and they're unhittable that entire time.
You
So you
could
can't
say,
even get them
yeah.
down to like
A
1
Turk?
HP.
That's what It's this guy. They say.
And you have to wait
I don't
until
like
an
this.
I
HP
know
lock
someone who-
spawns,
Okay,
and then they
come
get
on.
an HP lock. And then they get an HP lock. And then they have another chance to call to arms again. So we're going to use Sorcerer Storm to try and hit all the rats at once and prevent that from happening. I've heard you can use Arrow Magnify, I believe. It's a hit-miss for me. I haven't found that it's consistent, but it does work. And for the most part, Sorc Storm is the way to go here. It is quite unfortunate because it's a close-range move. It does hit pretty hard, but the chances of you wanting to use that over a spell are slim to
But
none.
if we want to rescue them,
I feel Soul Drain's a much better
we gotta
command.
break the rules.
It'll pass through any environmental objects, plus it deals MP on hit. So, much more utility.
You're back. Eric's come to. Yeah.
Especially because,
Don't worry, I've brought a super.
Buzz Mithril Saber has
where's
both a
the-
20% damage
Right
buff at
now?
max
Come on.
MP, and a 20% cost reduction.
You guys have gotta hurry and find our.
Aerith's Mithril Staff has such high magic stat, they're like, yeah, no, that's not fair.
way.
So they gave you only the 20% damage buff, which means spells are a lot more expensive.
Where do you think they went?
So maintaining
knows?
full MP
The
with her
kids.
is not quite as
Nothing you
easy.
do but look all over.
I just hope we find them.
Matter of fact, I don't even bother going for it, because I feel like Synergy is a much better
Moving on
ad
then.
anyway.
Well, this
So we're gonna
isn't
Sorc
good.
Storm here and pay very passive. So that way, as long as the rats are trying to attack, it'll attack either me or Aerith, and then they'll get zapped.
Ah, there they are.
You could play it a little bit more fast and
I'm not
loose, but I
alone.
wouldn't suggest it. The rats can very easily eat a humongous amount of time when it can be very easily avoided by just kind of
stay
playing it a
behind
little bit passive.
That way I can cover your back.
I believe other categories go with deadly
this to
dodge
me.
and stuff.
I
I don't
know,
know
moving on.
why. Okay. That was
Quickly, we
blind
gotta
luck
save
that
them.
that worked.
All right.
I usually use Thunder and Magnify there, so I guess I got lucky. Hopefully I'll do the setup for this right. SD. Wait for the second
Watch out
arrow.
for high winds.
Close enough. Thundera.
You jittery?
I'm actually gonna have to kill this guy normally.
That'll do. So
Stay in there. Okay. Normally I wanted the arrow rod to go to that guy, or the arrow magnify to hit that one instead.
We'll be right
Or not
there.
arrow magnify, the synergy. I was trying to retarget the synergy to the rightmost hedgehog pie. Unfortunately, I fugged it up. Shit. This save load should get her to go up the ladder sooner. Or not. That's a good way to lose 2 seconds. Is as stupid does. Whatever. The save load right there is pretty obnoxious. It's one I normally don't go for. I think the trick is to wait for the girl to go up. Okay, could you not? 2, 3, 4. So you want to, like, do all the rolling there as much as possible so you can avoid. So what I did is I regular attack to get close to enemies. Disorder. Disorder gave me 3 chunks of ATB refund because it hit all 3 of the enemies. So I went from wasting 1,000 to filling my ATB to max, and then I self-destruct. So that combo activated ATB assist, giving Aerith an additional 600 ATB, and it also double triggered synergy. The thing is, I could retarget that synergy to another enemy. It retargeted to the wrong one, unfortunately. I need it to retarget to the rightmost hedgehog, because the Thundera Magnify will hit the other two that jump down, plus the one that I hit with air by accident. So I had to go with the backup strat of using Tempest, and then keeping him in place with Cloud. I probably could have just ignored it, since it was trying to cast Fire, Tempest, and then just poke it normally, and it would have been fine. But it's too late. It's reacting to having a consistent reaction is more important than reacting to a very specific, narrow RNG cycle. Like, seeing that fire meant it was 100% safe to stay on Aerith and just pound away with the Tempest plus regular attacks. But in most cases, that Hedgehog Pie will not hold still like that. So the Tempest itself will kind of get a little bit of pressure and hit stun. But you're going to need to follow up with Cloud to keep him inside of it. And if Cloud doesn't kill it, the Tempest sure as hell will.
I always have the latest information.
So, it's quite unfortunate. It would be nicer to put ATB boost on Aerith, but when you're running around with self-destruct, ATB boost is a better option on that character. I'm going to need it for this fight too anyway. Reno, we're going to do in a really, really kind of silly looking way. I'm going to attack him right off the bat with a regular attack. That's going to bait out his normal attack. And then I'm going to switch to Punisher right after I swing at him and hit him, so that I'll be able to counter him with Punisher's counter stance. And then follow up with a Disorder to make sure I'm still at 1000 ATB when I get done with it, and have it be pretty quick. That'll trigger Arrow Synergy, bing bang bong, he gets hit by that. ATB boost, self-destruct, another Arrow Synergy, he's dead as heck. For phase 1 anyway. Disorder. Boost. Kaboom. So if you don't kaboom soon enough, he'll fling over Cloud and you'll completely whiff. Unfortunately, Cloud didn't crit himself, so I'm going to have to move to the right here and guard this. I'm going to throw an Aerogun Magnify with Aerith here and do this into the limit.
Dead.
You'll be blown away. Enjoy the ride.
Okay. Very unfortunate. Chapter 6 can be pretty brutal. I'm not quite sure what the time loss came from. It may have just come from me splitting well on Airbuster, actually. Who knows?
You're heading in
I can't really...
Yeah.
Maybe...
That's
probably poor menus. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, so we don't want to run here at all, so I'm going to try not to do so. Want to speed up a little bit there, and then, wait a second. So most of us want to adjust the camera to be right around here. Makes our lives a lot easier, so we can manipulate our movement with the camera instead of by hand.
You're leaving?
I start running once I feel like I've safely gotten around the briefcase.
Promise me.
You got to be careful. The kicking upstairs is not worth running, you know, because there are a few runners that did. I think there was like 1, maybe 2 runners that did run the whole way, and they've stopped doing it because they've kicked the stupid crap too many times to be okay with it. You either, like, run in the first half and then let go, or run in the second half. I think running in the second half's better because you can still run down the stairs and stuff. There's no squeaky floorboards or anything. It's just a matter of if you kick the thing, you get sent back. You get sent back to horny jail. Aerith comes out and bonks you. Ding dang dong. You're dead. So now we're just about done with Chapter 8 proper. I'm still quite confused as to time losses, but okay. Well, I know where Chapter 7 is. I'm actually surprised 6 was as good as it was. I'm gonna do myself a favor here and stop thinking about it too much and just focus on the overall time. So we're gonna slide that off over here. I'm just gonna leave the main timer showing. I probably could remove the milliseconds too, because it's not that important, but some of these fights do end up being milliseconds faster than other ones. I usually have to take a look, because some of the loads can be a little bit variable, so you gotta be cognizant of that. We do have a small menu coming up here. It's a very, very slight one, but it'll speed up many of the fights. Aerith has been on Wind Synergy specifically for the Rude fight that we just dealt with. And now that he's dealt with, we really don't need it all that much. We do have a biosprat. I can't even remember the name of this little thing. But it's either weak enough that wind will kill it, or it's weak to wind. I believe it's weak to ice though, because it's a monster type. This monster and its unique variants are a giant pain in the butt to get rid of normally. Luckily, we're just gonna our Terrascorp. Excuse me, it's a different one. We're gonna run here. Dead is dead. And now this is the reason we kept it for this lesser trait. That crit's actually really good. Yep. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is take that wind off for lightning, and there we go.
What's that?
A big arm. Moving on then. Kind of cute, don't you think?
Oh,
great. Someone's pulling the ladder.
Okay, so now we are set up for until we get to Hell House. Big surprise, we're going to have to change things for Hell House. Little surprise, we only have to change 1 weapon and 4 materia for Hell House. I actually have a setup where Buster Sword works on Hell House, so we're going to take full advantage of that and have some fun. That's the right one. If you count 5 pulses on the up arrow, you'll always be in the right range. You just gotta you gotta remember your cues. Sometimes my brain kind of shuts
and here
off.
comes the ladder. Well,
150 around here. That's pretty rough, yeah. Well, we'll see where we get around 2 hours, but it's not a very good run, unfortunately.
Stop.
Did we wake it up?
Get her. They burst.
You jittery?
I accidentally tried to self-destruct there for a second because I'm kind of a scatterbrain.
Used to be
I used to have Blade Burst in circle here and SD at triangle. The reason I changed it, though, is every other place it was inverted. It would be Blade Burst on top, self-destruct on middle. So I've decided to swap them. It's probably would be better to have flip those in the other places rather than here, but it's just how it is. Because, circle is usually my magic attack, but SD is so close range, I don't really consider it a magic attack, even though it's magic-based. Kind of have to, look at things in a very particular way. Or, that's the way I do anyway. X is my physical command usually. 1, 6. So, Triple Slash, Max Fury, Star Shower. Those usually get to just live in that spot. Aerith is the only character that doesn't get one of her commands most of the time. She does ride Arcane Ward for a very long period of time, but that's more a matter of she uses Arcane Ward on several bosses, and not so much that it's super helpful one way or the other. There's a couple of fights where I can use Arcane Ward through the shortcuts, but there's a few times I'll probably just dumb it down and do it through the menus to make sure I target it properly. Because you need to Arcane Ward Cloud in some of those scenarios. What we're trying to do is get her to activate her Synergy materia while still on the ward. And this will allow us to get a bunch of additional casts out. Unfortunately, Synergy has a weird interaction with Arcane Ward where I don't think the game... the way they fixed Synergy and its ATB and MP reduction.
Hold on, while I drop the ladder.
Whatever they did isn't reflected deeper in system mechanics. So when you cast a spell on top of Arcane Ward with Synergy, it will always cost 1 MP. And I'm not sure if that's a fail-safe of Arcane Ward or if that's a side effect of the way they reprogram Synergy. Because there's a few places where I can kind of bug out Synergy and make Aerith use it, and the game will refund the 4 MP that I would have used to cast that spell with Synergy. So I don't know how they fixed it, but there's definitely some places that expose that it's not fixed, quote-unquote, properly, I guess, is the way you would want to put that. But the fact that it's been tweaked turns Synergy into probably the strongest materia in the game by a large margin. First Strike is pretty strong. The other ATB building materia is really strong. Assist is really strong and would be even stronger if it wasn't so limited in how much ATB it refunded. So we're gonna Sork Storm here, Disorder, Butch, and just roll out of it. Butch will always survive that Sork Storm. I could Triple Slash and it would still be the same thing, I'd need to lock onto Butch first, I think, and then Synergy Lightning might kill him. I can't remember if my triple slash would kill the other two. I don't think it would, though.
Random question, but why did you quit being a soldier?
That is random.
Not down for
You
this
don't have
today,
to tell
I
me
guess.
if you don't want to. Did you have
So we'll
any
see how
social
far we can
friends?
take this. Run's
Any
pretty
war
okay,
buddies?
but not good. So we're gonna go for an ATB boost into a Blade Burst here. That's not correct. Blade Burst into Thundera.
You did?
Yeah, that's an interesting way to deal with that fight. Not the way that I should have, but whatever. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is building consistency with your shortcuts is what saves you. Like I mentioned a minute ago, triple slash has always been X. I didn't intend to use triple slash there. My brain just kind of grabbed a button and did it. Because I locked on to the sweeper so quickly. By the way, fun fact, these inputs for the arms and the inputs for the catwalks in Chapter 5 are inverted for whatever reason. So if you're ever actually doing runs and you can't remember which is which, just hold the same direction for both to go the direction you want and then correct on the other one.
It's this way.
I gotta be careful here. If you're mashing triangle, you can end up having a really bad time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be good. You want to start mashing the next button. Like in this case, you want to hit circle, and then you want to mash triangle as soon as you can. And then while you're watching the animation change, I think I'm a little bit off, so that was more than it should have been, to be honest. That was my fault. So a really good run would be in the underground arena around 2 hours. This run might get to the dress shop around 2 hours.
Thanks for the lift. I'll have that
Or not
locked
dress
for you
shop,
in
the
a sec.
hand massage shop, Madman shop. That's about like where you're. I'd say getting in or out of this segment at around 2 hours is a good goal for a newer runner. Because it does require quite a heavy amount of execution to hit 2 hours here, and not because you only have a couple of minutes to waste, right? It can be pretty
Don't
tight.
worry,
I aim
we'll be
for
on
about
the
a
same page next
156.
What are you talking
I can
about?
hit lower,
I'm
but I need to
sorry,
actually
okay?
play better. So we're gonna Blade Burst here, lock on. Alright, I'm gonna need to switch over and screw myself with that and say forget about it. Normally I want a Synergy Thunder, but I screwed it up, so I just went with the Thundera and made sure he was dead. It's definitely faster than trying to kill him with regular attacks. There's no reason to. Unfortunately, time loss. The MP isn't that big of an issue.
Cloud.
It's not as big as you would think. I'll have more than enough MP going into the boss fight because I use Arrow Synergy a ton in that boss. So I get away with a much lower MP threshold than I used to. So I wanted to have like a hand slap at 156, so we're a little bit behind schedule, but that's fine. For a marathon run, that's normally what you're going to be ending up with. Getting a perfect run together is... You're either on fire or you're not with this game. That's just how it is.
Here.
Skip. Talk.
Guess this is it then.
Doesn't
Ready?
matter. Let's go.
Yeah.
And then skip again.
Come on,
157.
Cloud. We gotta hurry.
I can probably get to Honeybee around 2 hours. As long as I mash properly and such. It's, this is the part of the runs I kind of hate with a big downtime. It's a good point to say donation, donation, donation. Because there's really nothing to explain here. There's quite a few good downtimes. And there's 3, obviously, cutscenes where I'm going to dip out for a bathroom break.
What's all the rest of it?
So that's the perfect time to take full advantage and go all in.
Save her.
So,
Here we want to make sure we get Madam M's side quest and not Sam's.
Cloud.
wait a minute.
The way to do that is the upper dialogue options when they're words
An audition?
pushes you towards Sam. That gives you 3 points towards Sam. The middle one will give you 0,
What do you do?
and the bottom one will give you 3 towards Madam M.
Maybe we'll have
Talking to
better luck
Johnny
next
and
time.
interacting him will trigger points towards Sam. Sam's coin flip will also give him points regardless of what you answer. No deal will give you a half a point versus 1.5. So when you're doing the coin flip, make sure you select no deal. That's a backup. That should save you just in case you hit a stupid button. And by stupid button, I mean you can very easily accidentally pick one of the top options and get 3 points towards Sam. But as long as you do the other 2 for Madam M and no deal, you will still get Madam M's side quest. So practice efficacy and you should be fine.
Not so fast. We're looking for something. Let me guess. Yeah? So people can't.
How about
So-
me then?
Maybe.
You can actually avoid the,
Excuse-
ignore the coin flip, but I would say
Aerith.
pick every option you
Cloud?
can towards
No.
Madam M.
And who can get
The trio.
Because Sam is a
First,
massive time
and then
loss
there's
and there is no
Asphodel,
reason to
an
go over
eccentric.
there.
duly
Meanwhile,
noted.
Madam M,
Thanks
you
for the
leave
info.
the hand massage parlor and turn right back around, touch the door, and then progress immediately. Rather than having to run all the way over to Sam's, go, "Hi, Sam!" And Sam gets the fuck out of my face, buddy. And you're like, "Okay, Sam!" Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good representation of how I feel when I'm doing that. If my fingers aren't already jetting towards the reset button at maximum velocity. I'm pretty sure I've broken the speed barrier sometimes when I use that. Alright, so let's hopefully get to the honeybee, and this is going to be a rough one.
Why not?
Really?
Sure.
Next time we'll...
You want in?
How can you be...
So you gotta skip a
Sure
cutscene. Okay, my fingers are too fast for themselves. I changed my finger position to mash, circle, and triangle. The problem is that when I try to feather the start button with the down input into X, I end up hitting X way sooner than the down input can be buffered. So I end up losing out. Yeah, 2 hours. This is fine.
think so.
This run can come back, but it's not going to be a true
You're a
PB.
man of many.
Once you're 2 hours in, your fate's kind of decided. You can go up, you can go down, but you can never... At this point, unless, like, you played everything perfect on both runs, I guess. It really depends on your splits, right? If your first 2 hours were perfect and you mirrored it, yeah, sure. But, if you have any sort of, like, major misplays in the first 2 hours, then you're kind of, stuck with your fate. You can save a lot of time if your endgame is ass, but you know what I mean. If you're losing time at the start, you're losing time at the start.
Cloud?
Skip this. Alright, so that's what
How was
we'll
it?
measure. Alright. Not super happy, but could be worse, I guess.
You okay?
Yeah.
Oh my
You're acting
Little
weird,
nibble in.
Cloud.
god. Little nosh.
Really weird.
Oh. So, now our biggest threshold
Think we
is
need to have
home
it, I think?
inspection, or Hell House. Hell House is both probably the easiest, one of the
Alright
easiest
then.
bosses,
I think I've seen everything
and one
I
of the
need to
most
see.
difficult bosses you can
So?
fight.
Tell me
I've
what
seen
you
some
want,
mixed
and
on
we'll take
him
it
where
from
people are
there.
like, oh, he's super easy, oh, he's super hard. In a speed run, he should be super
You're
easy, but you miss an input, and that
Really?
fight goes
Right.
sideways
Huh?
really
I
fast.
could never stop doing so. Is something
Or
wrong?
if you get extremely bad ATB,
Well,
that also
look,
can cripple
sorry.
your fight,
So
unfortunately.
long as you what I said.
Especially
but
since
don't
ATB
listen.
Assist only gives 600 ATB on
There's another
activation
if
and
you
not
There, any
more.
prize?
It ends up
Yeah,
making
they're already
ATB
letting
ranges
fighters
very
inside.
narrow.
You should hurry.
Especially depending on how you set up your phase 1, so we'll see how it goes. The first couple of fights are pretty
What have we gotten
easy
ourselves
to
into?
get away with. We don't have to worry about too much.
I wouldn't expect a fair fight in this town.
But we will be using Buster Sword for Hell
That's one
House,
thing
like I
I'm
mentioned
definitely
earlier.
sure
We'll also be using it for Eligor as well. Eligor is more crime of convenience because we need binding, we need lightning, or we need wind, and we need ice for that fight. So it works out pretty well. Because of that. Because
yes, the two of I need
the same setup for this fight is very similar.
All right.
I have a lightning on Cloud, but lightning and wind are adjacent materias. So I can very easily toggle a wind and lightning materia back and forth without a second thought.
Down we go.
Alright, there we go. I managed to get that just before her dialogue popped up. That's great. The game loaded right at the last second. You could walk forward, but I think that delays loading the menu as well, so it increases your likelihood of hearing her extra dialogue exponentially.
Ouch.
I could be wrong, though.
I hope you get. I don't want to.
I found that the menu sometimes prioritizes map movement and then dialogue and then the menu. So the menu can take quite a while to load sometimes. This first fight's going to be kind of weird. I'm going to ATB boost and Thunder and Magnify and just rip through everything with a triple slash after that. Hopefully I'll do it in one triple slash. But I can have a really low damage roll where this Thunder triple. Yep, that was a really shit damage roll, so that's fine.
I don't think anyone saw this coming.
The problem isn't, well, not necessarily the damage roll itself. It was more so that they all separated, so I didn't get multiple hits with the triple slash. If you can get the first two slashes to land at the same time without, even with the damage penalty, you end up being in a much better position than if they're separated. Like I said earlier, your elemental damage bonus doesn't get debuffed by the triple slashes debuff. Only the physical damage does. So that elemental adds in quite a bit. This next fight kind of sucks. We're going to go for a self-destruct, so it really depends on what my ATB is. Going for ATB boost is a very bad idea. I was pretty close.
Ready to rock? Just remember, try not to die.
Your match will begin shortly.
Alright, I'm really worried about Hell House for some reason. Yes. That was so stupid.
Not looking good.
Too bright? Get him!
Yeah, close enough. So if you cast a spell while the character's in an animation, it will cast instantaneously. It's a nice little tool, if you're aware of it. I'll be using that later on in chapter 10, no, 11, to kill the ghosts in the train inspection yard a lot faster, and get my MP back at the same time. Because there's a weird bug. If you do that in combat and the game is like, wait, you shouldn't have got that spell off, the game just... I didn't mean to mash that. That was an accident. Alright. So let's just have some fun with this. No. For a minute here, I thought this was Hell House and got really spooked.
Too bright? Go on!
Let's SD.
How shocking!
Thunder up. Alright, Aerith's got more than enough MP. We'll fix it after this. Well, I almost had a stroke when I thought that I was going into Hell House without menuing. I was like, oh no. Oh no. Into Buster? Nope. Then we want to change out healing for Skillmaster, MP absorb for this, lightning for his fire, wind for that. Then we want to go into Zerk. We want to go into Thundera. We're going to cast Zerk twice, so it's worth putting on. Arcane Ward is going to ride here for a very long time. And let's see if we can do this fight without having a big mess up. Hopefully I can do it right. I'd really love to keep this run going.
Watching you guys
this fight is both, like I said, very easy and super hard at the same time. And especially when you're kind of getting wound up. Okay, I got very lucky. I was almost 100% sure that that chair was going to hit me. Okay, I switched over to Aerith real quick so that she got a boosted ATB gain from her hit. It also does a little bit more damage. It feels like the AI has a debuff to their damage in ATB when you're not directly controlling them. So it's something that I'll have to worry about later. and something I need to keep in mind. I'm gonna have to go hard left here so Aerith doesn't jump into the rushing attack. The AI is not very bright and does not value its livelihood. So this, triple, switch over, Thundera, Fire. Okay, get out of the way. And then I'm waiting for him to stand up here. Okay, perfect. Okay, arrow. Alright, so Cloud's got perfect ATB, we're good to go. I'm holding on to that so he can berserk Hell House and cast an additional spell in a moment here. We're going to want to wait till right about here to cast Berserk, and then we're going to hold on to a Tempest and eat it right here. Unfortunately, we're going to get the Blizzard pattern. That's wrong. That's very wrong. Okay, we're going to have to do this in a really stupid way because I screwed up and accidentally fired it. Ugh, that was really dumb. Really, really, really dumb. I should have cast Arrow in that position. I've been getting Fire a lot recently, and that's the worst pattern to get.
Like the
Piece of crap game. Well, the run's not dead, but it's definitely on oxygen. Not life support, just a little bit of oxygen to help it out. I'm gonna see if we can get it to keep on keeping on. This is very unfortunate. That was 100% my fault, though. I have to be very careful or I'm gonna end up hurting this run in a way I don't want to. Ugh, what a silly mistake. As soon as I cast Fire, the fix was in. There was no way to stop Aerith from casting it.
Just one thing.
If I had shortcut, say Cloud was casting it, I could have switched to Cloud and technically canceled it if he was still in the animation for something else. So that was that's something to know. You can cancel a buffered input on a character if you switch to them. That can be a positive and a negative thing, so you need to keep that in the back of your mind. Man, I cannot believe I healed that fucker for 5k. It wouldn't have been so bad if I had at least cast Fire instead of Fire. It's a good thing I went for Skill Master, or else I would have been in a really bad spot. That would have taken a lot more time.
I can call you bro, right?
The only reason I got away with that is because of the stupid setup that I did before. That's more or less the amount of HP the damn thing would have if you don't use Bio to get poison added on.
The way you fight, bro, is like poetry and violence.
So yeah, that was a pretty bad fight.
You know,
Abzu should go better. That's what we're focused on, right? I've had a lot of trouble with 9, 10, and 11 recently, so not surprising to me.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. We got the non-screwy camera. Most of the time, when Johnny runs into the camera, it basically gets Vaseline covered for a while, and you're like, I can't see. Is this what it's like to wear glasses but not wear glasses? Like, yes.
You again. Got that letter of... Yeah. It's cool.
Okay.
By the way, I wasn't asking...
So Abzu is going to be a pretty quick setup. I'm going to reset my setup on Mithril Blade for double fire. So that'll be pretty nice. Yeah, I think I am going to cut that MP up, honestly. I need to replace it with something else. I could fix that on Nailbed, actually. That's nice to know. I'll probably try that out next run. I might even try it this run and see how it goes. Who knows? This run's kind of jinky-janky. I think I'd like Skill Master, but I don't know if I can dedicate one to Cloud permanently with Stagger. Skill Master gets activated way less anyway. You don't really want to be activating it all that much.
Hey, I see the way you're looking at her.
I was looking to confirm what I already knew. There is no one.
Hey there, cutie. Where you headed?
The reason Chapter 9 says self-destruction is I normally used to use a self-destruct strat on Hell House. Used to, being a very key term. That setup was the self-destruction strat, except I got it out after switching over to Buster Sword.
Why are we here?
To to see the hunt. You said you didn't. It'll be fun.
What?
It's pretty rare. Trust me. Come on.
Wait.
No can. So.
No
not
can
an
do.
insult. So I say we march
Dude.
right up to him and explain the situation.
Alright, so I'm gonna be taking a break here real soon.
Good evening. Welcome. We're here to see
I'm
our
gonna
humans,
mute the mic,
Mr.
walk away, use the restroom,
What
etc.,
stage?
etc., do
The
some
one in the
stretching.
back, sir.
So I encourage you guys to do the same. Take the chance to stretch. This would be a good opportunity to read some donations as well. Unfortunately, there's 2 tightly packed ones, but the run has less and less to explain the further I go on because I end up using the same strats. So we'll see when we get there.
Come on, Cloud. Get into it.
Just doing whatever random stretches come to mind so I can hopefully flex my back out a little bit. It'll last longer. God, that hurts. What can you do? Oh. 28 anyway.
Well,
Nice
you
run.
tried.
Run's been canceled. Okay. So now we're just going to chill on out and... Wait.
That show today blew my mind.
Look at me. I can dance too. How much did you drink tonight?
Over
I
here.
can't help
How
it. It
about
was
you and drink?
amazing.
We can talk.
Was it planned from the start?
Probably not. Did you see their look of surprise?
Perform on stage next time.
Time to go home and get some sleep.
Please don't. Not a word.
Not even one.
No!
But you're so pretty.
Alright, so we're heading into Abzu. This is another fight that gets warped pretty heavily by Synergy, and it's being super OP. We're going to go from Wind Synergy to Fire Synergy, and I already MP absorbed Fire before we did Hell House. That's why I got away with the amount of MP I had. Otherwise, I probably would have run out from doing that dumb thing with the Fire. Luckily, MP Absorb saved me.
No way.
Here you are.
You serious?
Is there a problem?
I hope you know.
Oh, will be?
If you say so.
Honestly, whenever Cloud's casting a spell, I need to just start using Arrow. Well, you have to choose the opposite, or the neutral one. It's kind of weird. Yeah, time for Ab Scuttles. Hopefully it'll be nice, warm, and explosive. I'm looking for a hot date. Yep, I did end up changing the camera angle because I found it works better and less often. The camera screws up no, into mithril yes. Then we want to go into fire over synergy. Go into we're gonna go into Fyra and fire double. That's not double somersault. Okay, there we go.
So what happens now?
Yeah, I wanted to change. I really would like to have the camera still over there, so that it's head on. But because I don't have a 2.0 USB extension, the camera acts up if I use my 3.0 extensions. So I found putting it on the 2.0 and moving it a little bit closer and just dealing with the jank angle is something I have to do. I know that like it feels a little bit better anyway at the least because I've like moved the camera to the right spot so it looks like I'm looking at the game.
Come on, ladies. Let's have
It's those little things that like you need to keep in mind with shot composition. But shot composition is completely different in digital setups like this than like real life. Especially when it's mainly just gameplay. Shot composition is really like whack. It's more so like stream composition, rather. Hopefully we'll just fire both of these idiots at once.
Corneo's room, right?
Better hurry.
Let's get fired up. Well, hopefully we'll get through Abzu 1 without screwing it up too hard. I could use a relaxer. The sewer is awful, but not so awful that I hate everything about it.
What are you doing?
Please, thank you.
Moving on then.
I guess you can absorb more MP off of a cast if you hit multiple targets. It's just not common. Okay. So I gotta remember to menu after in the sluice. Alright, we're gonna do Tifa because I can. So I want to start out with Arcane Ward on Cloud, Disorder, build up a little bit of bar here, and then we're going to go into Berserk, attack a few more times, need to be boost, Star Shower into Somersault, fire, fire. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Abzu is just that kind of explosively hot boss.
What is it?
I'm pretty sure the sewers.
Alright, so I'm gonna save load here, so that's why I moved over here to do my menu. We're gonna go into Iron Blade. Nope. We want to move this down for Skill Master. This for that, and then Magnify Wind. Then we want to switch over to Self-Destruct and Blade Bursts. Keep. Magnify, arrow, and fire. Alright, let's go. That's not whatever. Too late for the save load.
There should be a big waterway just up ahead. Let's find that first.
Lead the way.
Get back.
Good job, T.
That it?
So there we go. First turtle down. Now I can relax a little bit here. Whew. I just gotta make sure I don't kick the turtle or the crab like I did last time. That was such a big screw up. I'm pretty surprised. At least if I do this time, I know to just somersault it down instead of punch it and all that other nonsense. The oppressed. We are the oppressed. Abreast?
Guess I got it.
That might be inappropriate.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
So we don't really care about any of these fights. We just want to get arrow on this guy. That'll take care of all that. I didn't really lose too much time to the camera angle being big jank. The ladder takes a while to become active anyway. I probably lost a little bit of time, but nowhere near as much as it looked like. Like I was futzing around with a ladder. So from here on out, Wind Magnify is going to rip through this chapter and the next one. The main reason is the Wind Drake and the Cerulean and the Lesser Drakes are a pain in the ass to deal with.
Yeah.
So Wind
I can't imagine
Magnify is optimal there. And it just turns out that Arrow Magnify and Arrow Magnify will rip through everything the same fire would. Surprisingly enough.
That's a power generator, all right.
It's more so a testament to how ridiculously OP Aerith is with the right setup.
Older than the Mako.
Plus, she has Synergy Fire for things like the Turtles and Fyra. Most of those are either close enough to all get smoked by the same Fyra, or I can use a limit to supplement the damage to one that's too far away. Can you...
Would kill for a shower.
The game did not want to let me buffer that input at all. So yeah, this game loads so quick that to some extent these sluiceways drain slower than you can reload. So sometimes it takes a while to be able to interact with objects that involve opening or closing sluices. Or as you may want to say, just, you know, the doors that keep the water back. The water gates. Herba-derba. So, Abzu is one of the main, like, showcases of why Synergy is absolutely busted. The problem is keeping Aerith on the ward, but the trick is, if you replace it on Cloud, the ward ends up far enough forward that even though the AI is kind of dumb and likes to jump forward like a big idiot, you can get away with quite a bit. I did that on purpose. Disorder... I wanted to make sure the damn bluegill was dead. Luckily, he was targeting Cloud, so I didn't get any issues out of that, but I could have just as easily just fired Arrow at everything and then had her Synergy fire the bluegill. But the problem is, if bluegill's targeting Tifa or Aerith, they're both going to get slept. And you're going to end up regretting your life decisions. Slumber Spine is, like, single-handedly one of the most freaking broken. Anything that, like, debilitates your character is extremely powerful and hard.
No surprises there.
The little stun nodes that the thugs or airbuster places down, those are really ridiculous. Sleep is pretty powerful too, because the enemies are super passive, so it can take a while to be knocked out of sleep. Silence, Frog, both take forever to wear off. So life kind of is a pain in the ass, to be honest. Alright, so we're gonna
try to stay behind.
Double disorder this dude. That second disorder took a little while longer, but the thing is, if you disorder, like back-to-back of disorder, the Synergy, the second Synergy won't trigger because the first one hasn't started up its cast quite yet. So, like, you gotta be careful. Synergy is really powerful, but if you're not paying attention, you can quite literally cuck yourself out of a cast. It's like the easiest way to put it. You can interrupt your own action, or you can try and quay the action before the game is willing to quay it. It's already doing something, but it hasn't started that something yet. So it won't add another something to that list of things it's willing to do until it starts that first one. So Synergy takes a lot of finagling and wrangling to get to work. But if you understand how to work it, and you don't get too aggressive, Synergy will rip through everything. Especially with Aerith. Tier 1 spells with double magic up and Fury Ring, Mithril Rod, especially if you can keep her at full MP, don't even at me. Like, it will destroy everything. Airbuster is 30 seconds faster because we can go through Tank Buster, but the only reason that going through Tank Buster even matters is because we can spam so many Synergy Thunders that he dies as soon as he's finished with Tank Buster. It's crazy. It's out of this world. It's out of hand. Some of the stuff that you can do in this game is really mind-boggling. And I don't think they had any speedrunners or anybody that was, like, really optimal-minded on the QA team. Either that, or they were being nice and kept it to themselves to help us out in the future. Who knows? It could be one of those QA testers that is smart enough to check this stuff, but doesn't report it. Because he's the legend that we needed. The hero behind the scenes that will never get the thanks that he deserves, or she deserves. But will always have that they will know in the back of their head that this is the reason we can bust this game in two.
That must be the way out.
Is because they're like, nah, this can be used for something else and it's not a problem, so whatever.
There must be some way.
The synergy buff is probably the most crazy thing that Intergrade introduced, actually. And I don't believe it's Intergrade that's the reason for it. I believe it's done that way for intermissions specifically, because you can't control Sonon directly. So that's the easiest way to get spells out of Sonon is with synergy. It turns Sonon into a very strong character.
We can use. I remember.
All right.
Aerith,
Oh, they're doing Final Fantasy 13 at GDQ? Oh, that would explain why I'm pretty low. Well, I hope they have a good run with that, for sure. I don't know if I'd want to submit this to GDQ. I'm more interested in getting this into Limit Break. I guess I could, but...
So maybe this is a little...
Unless they start learning NG normal, it's not going to happen.
Industrial?
I'm going to have to get a lot better to even consider that possibility, or be able to be considered. Okay. Hopefully I won't miss the second one and the third one, but I'm not holding on my breath. Okay. Time to miss the third one then. I see how it is.
All good.
One, two, three, four. Oh, baby! Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go!
All right. I think that did it. Wonderful.
Always undersell yourself. And then turn your brain off and don't think about it. Master. Absolute master. Literally practiced on in the mountaintops for years to get this good. Stroke your ego harder, I dare you.
Won't be tough.
How's this? You're burning up.
Thank you. Tifa?
That it? Don't hold back.
You got the minute
Okay, I'm very happy that somersault hit, because he was really gonna screw me over, wasn't he?
Hope the pillar's not much further.
Did you fire that?
Get fired up!
Jeebus. Last run, I had a very late Abzu reset, and I didn't know how to work the pump minigame. So that's where all that boom time save came from.
We could get lost in
I could definitely get here around a 28 or a 27.
A real treasure trove of scrap.
But a 230 is good enough for a run like this.
Maintenance facility over there.
Yeah, I know. It's fake as hell, but I'll take it.
Where we're going.
Dark everywhere.
That it?
You know what? I'm not even that mad about that. I gotta wait for Aerith anyway to interact with this.
It's deserted. People don't come.
Alright, so now let's not punt Eligor and Ghoul. I did practice Ghoul a bit the other day. I did a bunch of tutorials. I did everything up to Valk in terms of tutorials. I really am not looking forward to Jenova, because I don't even know how to do Jenova. Right? Like, my Jenova is a complete shit show clusterfuck of like 10 different strats booby taped together with frickin' like just a bunch of razors and odds and ends that are just happen to be there. You more often than not just cut your own fingers off fiddle farting around with it than actually winning. Friggin' my Jenova fight is literally a live hand grenade just covered in thumbtacks, razor blades, and all sorts of other stuff.
Kids out here this late?
Basically, touching it is guaranteed to lose you time. You'll just be lucky if it doesn't blow your damn fingers off, though. Hopefully you'll just take a thumbtack or two. Hey. I need to solidify what I want to do in the lab first, though. It's either Wind Magnify Lab or Lightning Magnify Lab. I'm not quite sure yet. I haven't sold myself one way or the other. What lab I'm talking about is Hojo's lab. There's an underground lab as well that we can head into, but that's not the one you really need to worry about. That's Barrett only for the most part, so... So we're gonna arrow, synergy that guy, roll, disorder. So the reason Aerith's HP is going up is synergy. Or not synergy, rather. She has Bloodsucker attached to her weapon instead of MP reduction. So keeping Aerith at low HP isn't that big of an issue. Or her having low HP isn't that big of an issue, actually. But she'll more often than not... that's really awful. Aerith ATB boost. Terra.
Watch out for high winds.
Yeah, my Blade Burst completely whiffed because I threw it into the train like an idiot. Well, could be worse, I guess, right? At least I had enough ATB to ATB boost into another Aurora Magnify immediately. Could have been far worse. The only thing that would have been better is if I'd arrowed much sooner, because then it would have been a lot less. The problem was last time I screwed up my...
Alright, let's see what's inside.
I could go over here and check out these crates, but I'm not gonna. I want to make sure I get in here on time. Those crates don't have anything, as far as I know. At least not anything consistent. There's no, like, MP recovery in it. I know basically every crate that 100% has Mako shards in it. I've tested it several times.
Look,
I know where to siphon MP and where not to. So this fight, unfortunately, we can't get away with siphoning any MP. So I want to switch stances into a disorder, and that'll hit hard enough for this fire to kill. Then we'll just run forward into the cutscene. Right here, we're going to arrow magnify and close in a little bit. We're going to try and get Aerith as far across as we possibly can. Or Tifa, rather. We do have to wait for Aerith, but there's not much we can do. Somebody has to kill the enemies. And Aerith is the best choice, honestly, because of Arrow Magnify. You could try and do something cute with Cloud if he had ATB boost, like triple slash twice with him or something. I wouldn't do it if I were you, though. The final hit of triple slash does hit pretty hard if it hits the target solo and there's no damage depreciation, but it's not going to be enough to save you. So yeah, that's a nice fake gold split, but whatever. Actually, no, I don't think that's fake, because I have been saving my splits up till recently, when I off of my resets.
Guess the crane's up there.
There is a studded bangle, I think, over there. One of the better armlets that's 2 slots conjoined. As far as I can tell, it doesn't matter where you are. It's better to be further away, because the girls will always be like kind of in a similar position. Regardless, they have to touch the railing over there, and that's it, and then you can move again. So this is the room I was talking about where we can bug out fire. I'm going to fire go with Aerith through the tactical menu, and the game's going to go, okay, and it'll instantaneously cast it, despite the fact they're both playing an afraid animation from Vegas. It's Ghost! Oh no, it's a ghost!
I found you!
You know. So we're just gonna go whoop, whoop, whoop. Fire we go. And they're dead. Now look at our MP, 90 up to 111. So the game is like, wait, what? And is saying, no, you didn't cast that though. Why the you know what, never mind, here, have it back. So it gives you your MP back. Hopefully we'll be able to one-try Ghoul. Ghoul is an obnoxious jerk.
More in here?
So I'm gonna try and uppercut with Tifa if I remember to do this properly. You can actually get out of bounds right before Ghoul's door if you set things up properly. I have never done that skip, so I wouldn't know, and I'm doing glitchless right now anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's just more of a fun fact. Notice that she was at 126 MP and now she's at 130. The game still refunded me the MP for the Synergy Fire that I had her cast, or the Synergy Fire. The upside of this one is that I can just trigger it with Disorder and I don't have to waste my time going into the menu. And it finishes off the enemy pretty quick anyway. I have to use Fire because those 2 in the other room are too strong for me to be able to tag both of them with Fire. So I gotta be careful here and make sure that I stay close to the wall so Cloud doesn't spawn on the floor. Alright, now let's see what we can do with Ghoul here. So we're gonna take a roll immediately on purpose and then focus, switch to Cloud and hope. And that's exactly... Okay, that's actually good. SD, hope, fire, okay. Aerith ATB boost. We'll save that Kiriga just in case. Alright, so with this limit, I should be fine. I can get ganked by some dumb stuff. Aerith might walk into a blue fire or something stupid. But there's not much I can do about it. Those blue candles are way too strong. I don't know why they put them in this game. Okay, we want to limit this guy. Alright, where's Aerith? We're gonna close in here and go for Firaga. We're gonna double Firaga here just because it's easier. That should be enough to kill. I would normally go for a Firaga and risk it, but all you have to do is mash X to do Firaga again, so there's really no point in not doing it. You can do that fight with Cure if you're unsure of yourself, because fire can hit the furniture and fizzle out. For the most part, that requires the game to screw you over and curve the fire spell when you use it. So as soon as I get this moving, as soon as that moves, I can skip the cutscene. Normally, cutscene skips are only available once the camera angle is shifted. That's why I had held triangle earlier on in that cutscene back in Chapter 8, right after Aerith joined at the train station, is because you can actually hold triangle and get the skip faster than waiting for the skip prompt. A lot of this game is being on top of the ball when it comes to skips, so hopefully this time I don't skip back to the beginning of the Barrett and Cloud second round in Hojo's lab. Ugh, I had a good run going yesterday and I accidentally reset to the main menu after doing like all of the fights for Cloud and Barrett. Oh, it was rough. Really hurt me. I can't believe I actually did it, but I knew it was going to happen sooner or later, to be perfectly honest. I'm not going to lie. So we're going to ATB boost with Aerith here, Arrow Magnify, and hopefully we will one-shot all the rats without called arms. We're going to somersault. Let's do it. Into disorder. Please die. Okay, good. He only got barrier. That's fine. That was wrong. I shouldn't have disordered nothing there. We're gonna wait and spin a little bit here. Get some extra damage in. 77 MP. Sounds good to me. 77 is actually cutting it kind of close, but my MP just went back up, so I'm alright.
This path is blocked too?
Eligor, I only need 47, but I need up to 62 if I want to do it quickly.
Give it a try.
If I don't have all MP for her, I'll have to stop Eligor with Tifa and kill normally, so I gotta be careful about the MP management here. Let's see here. 11 would put me to 81, and then 4 will put me to 70. Oh, I have enough, okay. I just can't cast an additional spell with her, that's fine. I can manage that. There's no more MP crates here. My MP got a little screwy. Not sure why. Probably because I had to cast that extra arrow and I didn't go for the crate. Fix it. That's the one thing is, she has an MP up right now. Normally she'd have 2, which means every MP crate would give 19 MP instead of, I think, like 13 is what I have right now. Because of her lowered MP pool. Maybe 16. But that 3 MP ends up adding up really quick when you have multiple crates that happen to show up in the chapter. So we're going to ATB boost into Arrow. Into Arrow. We're going to switch into Punisher and Somersault. Okay. Okay, that kind of stinks, but whatever. So 78 MP, we're good to go. I have 1 extra shot of whatever I would like. And I need to be careful here because I can accidentally screw up Synergy. I did it last time and barely recovered the fight. We want to go into Buster Sword, no. We want Wind, Skill Master for this, Skill Master for this. Then I believe it's Ice for Fire Synergy. And then we want to go into Aeroga. Cloud is not going to hit hard enough without Aeroga. Somersault stays. Demagnify, Blizzra, and Soul Drain. Soul Drain isn't super important, but it will help. So hopefully I don't mess up Eligor here. This fight is pretty rough. The moving parts at the start are pretty quick, so I'm probably going to micro menu it rather than do anything through actual active menuing. So we're gonna go on in, and then we want to limit, and I want to Arcane Ward Aerith, Disorder, take a couple of swings into Berserk. Tifa needs to poke once into ATB boost.
We can do better. This one's for you.
Okay, whatever. It's fine.
Let's finish this.
Get him.
Okay, I lost a lot of Berserk there, but that's fine. I screwed up by switching to Tifa there, and kept Aerith from casting Blizzard off of the Berserk. So that was a big mistake. Luckily, I was aware of it, so Breach, Aeroga, wrong character, Arrow.
Watch out for high winds.
Okay. Now I should be able to get through the rest of this without killing myself. Should. Hopefully that's the case, right? So I'm gonna Blizzard here, hold hard right to try and jump out of the whirlwind, which should be pretty consistent, but it's stopped me before. Alright, get back on here, switch to Cloud, Blade Burst twice. Okay, the second Blade Burst wasn't necessary, but you might as well take it if you have it. Then we'll split there. Whew. Yeah, this split was rough last time, so that's a nice fat time save from not messing up either of the bosses. Buster into Mithril, EKG to LMG, nope. And then overlay into EKG cannon, binding for Magnify. Yeah, made it past chapter 11. Poggers! We can finally finish the run. There we go with this.
That's it.
Switch over to Aerith. Blizzara. Blizzara. Oh no, oh no, you piece of shit game. Oh, it fucking canceled his stagger early because somebody poked him. Where is it? Whatever, this'll work.
It's on now.
Feeling chilly? Get him!
Okay,
Sorry, but I gotta.
I knew that was gonna happen.
All set.
Cloud Blade Burst. Star Shower. Cloud, could you Blade Burst, please? That'd be great. Okay, thank you, Cloud, for saving me from that stupidity. If you hit the Enigmatic Spectre before the pressure, his pressure will instantaneously drop. I have no idea what causes it. I don't know why it works like that, but it's stupid, and it's something that can normally be avoided. But the problem is it requires the AI to not be aggressive. Yes, and then we want binding for Magnify, I believe. Magic up for this, magic up for that. Assist for magic up for, or assist for subversion here. ATB boost down, ATB boost for HP up. Aerith's Synergy for Clouds. Lightning for center, lightning for wind. Correct, and then First Strike for fire. There we go. Now we want to go into Fire and Magnify. I guess if there's any fight to get screwed out of, as long as you're paying attention, that's the one to take the screw on. Blizzard, Blizzara, Fyra, and Aeroga. This is a setup for the boss fight. Dolphin Flurry, and Blizzara for the Underground Lab, and let's go. We only need Cross Slash, so we're not going to bother upgrading to Ascension. I really wish I had healed before I got over here.
Don't they have anything
Shit, that's going to be really obnoxious.
See how hard we got hit over here?
I need to be very careful then.
What's wrong with these people? What the?
Need to be boosted into Fire Gun immediately.
One target, engage!
No escape.
Fire,
Don't think you're gonna get away with it.
yeah, this is going to make my life a little bit harder than it needs to be. It's fine, though. Skip. I'm gonna have to hand cast a Fyra here, unfortunately. No, Fyra. Then I need to grab this. There we go, problem solved. There we go. Run it out. ATB boost. Just Fyra. Burn. Roll. I needed to get that MP up. MP from the crate so that my MP would max out. You can't consistently kill Helitroopers with Fyra Magnify unless your MP is full. So I had to grab that crate in between. And I also had to go for the Fyra on that one Helitrooper to make sure he would die, because it would screw everything else up if I didn't.
Stay here.
I should have healed Cloud, though.
Come on,
I could have played it a bit more YOLO on the bottom floor instead of going for Fyra Magnify and losing a shit ton of MP to it. Fyra Magnify will keep you throttled around 129, 130 MP, depending on what ranges you hit. If you're really unlucky, you can hit 128, but it's not very common.
That's it.
So we're just, normally you'd be going for boosts from the pedestrians here, but honestly, the best way to deal with things is to kind of go in and out of these guys. You're not going to get any good boosts from this set of pedestrians. You can get some when you're taking the NPC girl out, but you're better off just walking straight forward. If you get boosts, you get boosts. If you don't, you don't. You end up saving more time or having a better time consistently doing it that way. So you're better off just holding the straight line, and if you get a boost, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Trying to go for the boost will just end up making your life much harder. If I could switch the camera immediately, I'd probably still stick to doing boosts, but there's no reason to. Aerith isn't going to be in the party for a very long time now. She's not coming back till chapter 16. No, 17. So we're going to strip her of most of the stuff and use her as a backstop for our materia purposes. It's the same way that Barrett worked out for a long period of time, too. He ended up having a lot of stuff that we wanted to take off of him. And we just finally reset his equipment so that we got rid of some stuff. Nice punt, by the way, Aerith. I think that went through the uprights. I think that was worth the 3. I think you got it. So we gotta get some pizza, I guess? No? Maybe? Maybe no? Yes, yes, no? Okay. We're gonna pick up this little girl.
You're Marlene, right?
Skip. And then we just want to hold forward here. So I want to make sure to heal Cloud because he might die on this jog up to the top floor.
Do you think that I could help
his HP is pretty high, but I've seen him get smoked before too. Skip that, please.
Where's Eric?
I sent her to 7
Okay. Now I'm just gonna switch to Tifa here. I could usually get up this so fast that I can upwarp Cloud properly. Fyra. I actually had to wait a second there to make sure I could see what I was doing. There we go. That's good. I like it. It doesn't matter where Tifa is at that point. She'll always warp over and trigger the cutscene. But you gotta be careful. If she's in a casting animation, she won't warp immediately. So you want to heal when she's on the ladder or up here at the top. Those are the 2 most opportune times. We're gonna go for the Fyra right off the bat. I might end up paying dearly for this, but who knows? So we're going to Fyra. Okay, no. Good enough, ATB. God, I wish we could, like, really, like, pinpoint. I wish the ATB would start between, like, 17 and 1800 consistently, instead of, like, vacillating wildly between, like, 1100 and 2000.
Seems we've lost control of the top floor.
Our guys are seriously struggling to take down these assholes?
Anyway.
See you later, buddy.
Whatever you say, partner.
Alright, so I'm gonna be careful with this one. I gotta
Keep
wait.
them busy, will ya?
Alright, so I know the Helitroopers are going to spawn early, so I need to do Fire Gun Magnify here.
Stay
HP
sharp.
boost, Fire Gun Magnify.
No escape.
Fire Gun Magnify.
Burn.
Could have done that with Fire, but there we go. Actually, it was worth it. Good. Okay. So the only change I need to make here is to put Iron Blade on Cloud. We did a lot of pre-gaming for other chapters. Blizzard will not be used in this fight. It'll be used in the following chapter, Chapter 13. Right now, Fyra and Aeroga are what's on tap. For Barrett, that might come up. He does have Fire Synergy, so that can be a very powerful tool in this upcoming boss fight, so we want to go on Iron Blade. Nope. Let's go. That's it. That's it, that's it, that's it. Should be able to skunk Reno and Rude pretty easily here. If we get Flashfoot, we're going to have to do a lot of silly stuff to survive. But there's not much you can do about it. If you get it, that's just how it is. And it's so late into this fight that it's not like a resettable optional reset, you know?
No holding back.
It's very tempting to just self-destruct right off the bat if you have perfect ATB, to be honest. I wonder if it's worth it.
Prepping for a bombing run. I'll copy.
So I'm going to shoot here for a little bit and then overcharge. So I delay my overcharge to make most of the hits land on the helicopter. I could fire overcharge pretty early and just get the final hit to hit. But this works out just fine. So Cloud could get a level 2 limit here on Iron Blade still if I tanked one of the missiles, but I don't feel like doing that. We're going to limit you. ATB boost, switch over to Barrett, charge, and then switch over to Tifa. So you got to make sure to stay on Barrett to kill the helicopter. I'm going to menu tactically the Dolphin Flurry here, so I can get a look at what Reno is going to do. I will always start out on Reno, so if I just throw it out through a shortcut, there's a very, very good chance that I can end up with Flashfoot and hit neither of them with Dolphin Flurry. If I get anything besides Flashfoot, which is EMP Triple and Flash Strike, I can snuff both of those with a limit.
Come on. Let's teach them.
So we're going to dupe. Okay, I guess I don't know what the hell I'm going to get here. Flash Strike. Okay. Let's hear. Where's Rude? Blade Burst. Okay. I wanted to get in a specific position to try and drop these plates early, but I'm not gonna... Ooh, I got it too. Nice. Never mind. We're fine. I got everything I could possibly get here, and I can't complain. I don't... Oh, I know where that freaking time loss came from. The stupid whispers screwing me over. Into Mithril? Nope. Other than that, I have no complaints about this chapter. I'm gonna put Chain Bangle back on to reduce my damage. Or taken. Cloud's, a spongy boy. He doesn't really, with Fury Bracelet, or Fury Ring, and Mithril Saber on, he doesn't really hold up to damage very well. So yeah, that's fun. I could give him an HP up instead of MP up, which I am considering, but the thing is, the MP up increases the usefulness of Mako crates by a pretty large margin. It makes you go from, like, getting 9 to, like, 13, so it's an extra 4 MP every crate you grab. So it makes it far more reasonable to expect to refill on Mako crates if you screwed up your magic management, or MP management, rather. So, take that as you will.
Wait. Over there.
What the hell?
Good jobs, probably. Just focus.
I really wish we could parry all the way to Aerith's house, but there's only so much fun stuff you can get. So most of the time saves are still late game, though. But a 4-4X is very possible at this point. My previous endgames had some very slow menus, some very slow fights in the final 16-17 chapter. I think Specimen gave me a horrific fight where I had to reset 3 times, if I remember correctly. It's very frustrating, honestly. Specimen is not... Specimen himself is not dangerous. It's the damn eyeballs in the fight that make him so dangerous. Because you can get tagged from behind by a blizzard or a fire spell and have, like, no recourse but to just get slapped around by a specimen. So, yeah, it sucks. It sucks a lot. But what are you gonna do? So we're in a race to see how soon we get to Aerith's house.
My ears are still ringing.
I'd like to be leaving well far away from Aerith's house in 3 hours.
This is Sephiroth, right?
But for a
So
marathon,
where's this
3
place you
hour
said Marlene
at
is?
Aerith's house is
Where I think
perfectly
she is.
acceptable.
It's a house on the other
Especially
side
if
of
you're selling
Come on, then.
slow
Pick up the
incentives,
pace.
like
I'm going as fast as you are.
watching a cutscene or taking the stairs versus the elevators. There's a couple of good incentives. A lot of people love to make you take the stairs. That's pretty much a run killer, and you'll never see it normally, so it's something that people will usually spend some money on. I can also offer the Barrett bromance cutscene too. Depending on how many missions you do, will determine who you get as here in the beginning of chapter 14. And Barrett only shows up if you've either done all of the first set of side quests or none of them at all. And obviously, since it's a speedrun, we don't do any of them. But we also don't watch the cutscene either.
Don't wake her.
So this is pretty decent. I'm happy with this. I gotta be ready to skip. Let's go. So I would like to be in the Broken Highway around 3 hours, but I'll take what I can get. You know, the next 60 seconds will tell us where we're gonna be. That's a pretty good pace, though, to leave here around 3 hours. That means I have a little bit of flexibility.
Underground passage in the park.
Good plan.
But how do we get to the park?
I know another way to get there.
Okay,
Aerith
I'll have
showed
to...
me before.
This ain't.
Well, that's the first. I got a YouTube comment, I think, on one of the boss tutorials, so I'll have to take a look at that. I was expecting Kyrie, but forgot she's not here yet. Oh, well, it looks like we will be pretty close to the Broken Highway at 3 hours. That's nice. Wow, those 2 chapters really, like, brought this run back to life. We were on a very razor's edge, for a very thin razor's edge for a while.
My ears are
and
still
now
ringing
we're
from
back on track for some decent runnerino. I guess that just proves to you that the runs aren't always dead. You need to know where your time losses are. So around here, 3 hours? Yeah, I'll take that with a smile on my face and a song in my heart. I guess I'm supposed to be smiling, right? This doesn't look creepy, right? It definitely does. By the way, the next underground segment that we're going to do with Barrett is quite frustrating because it does have a pretty intense flashing. They seem to have turned it down at some point. I don't know when this stealth patch got added, but for whatever reason, the brightness is turned down. It finally isn't so, like, eye-blinding. But I still wear sunglasses during that segment because I suffer from migraines, and I'm not about to take the L on that, so be careful. Hang out at your own risk for these next few segments. That's not what I wanted. That was wrong, too. I wanted to focus strike, but because of the uppercut parries method, you'll always get an uppercut when you stop doing the uppercut parries, so you need to parry to cancel it again. It's really weird. Normally I would just parry away and then true strike at the one that was left over, but I haven't had that one of those survive in the last few runs. So this area right here is going to be a barrel run. I should be able to get all the way to the Smogger sweeper combo. But that also imposes some risks where Cloud may not warp to me, and I'll be in a really bad position if that's the case.
Bring it.
Okay, so we're gonna get on out of here.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Very fast. I'm just gonna hold out. We want to wait. I want to Dolphin Flurry that one. HP boost. Fire. Okie dokie. You could use Fire Magnify for some of this stuff, but it really doesn't matter. We're gonna use Fire Magnify here just to roast these guys a little bit better. Make my life a lot easier. So we're gonna lock on Fire Magnify, switch over to Tifa.
Of course not.
We make a decent team.
Because I'm trying to get back to full MP here, so Fire And the reason I'm on Tifa here is actually to hit that crate on purpose. MP Absorb, Fire Cloud's Fire Cloud's Fire, please. Awful. That was extremely... He got punched the moment he was going to cast Fire, so it got canceled. That was really annoying. At least the double True Strike was enough to get the fires I needed. Are you serious with that shit?
It's on you.
Okay. I am really mad about that. Back warp. That kind of stinks. Well, that's about 10 to 20 seconds that the game just yanked out of my hands. So we're going to want to switch over to Barret here. We don't have any more fights. So I also want to go for Ice and then Warding for time. Then we also want to upgrade Barret one last time, put him on Blizzard Mag, and she's good to go. So Cloud's no longer going to be lead for this next segment. We're switching over to Barret. You could Catastrophe through a lot of this stuff in here, but it's very, very slow to go in for Catastrophes. Catastrophes take about 5 seconds to start up, and then it takes 7, 8, 9 to resolve, and then an additional second or two for Barret to get out of combat stance. So if he's the leader or needed for a cutscene, that means every fight's a 15-second investment, 100%. So going through the effort of changing my loadout to switch Barret saves a lot of time over the course of the entire chapter. It is a you know, risk reward type thing. Okay. But yeah. So basically, this is one of the few segments we're going to be without Cloud or Aerith. One of few and far in between. So we have to make a choice of either giving Barret the casting powers or give it to Tifa. Tifa would have better magic from Mithril Knuckles and stuff. The problem is she's not there until like the last 2 fights. So I opt to just all in on Barret being the caster here and suck it up. You can, you could cut the Synergy Fire that I have equipped to him for Ice Elemental. The only problem is you'd have to take Elemental from either Tifa or Cloud, and they have more use for it because they have a lot more fights where they're going to need that Elemental bonus. And not only that, but having Ice equipped to them is extremely necessary to make some things reasonably easy to do. So that's what we go with. Ice, more so Blizzara, will make jenova, Sephiroth, we also want to use it in... okay, there's actually a save load here, so I need to be quiet for a moment. I need to push this and then wait for the save load to come up. So we're going to save load twice real quick. Once so the cat gets over to the... Hit me with this. I think you have to... Maybe save load here? Yeah, you gotta save load once the cat moves. Okay, that's how it works. Then I gotta save load right here, so the cat will drop immediately. Then I could just go down. Okay. That's a little bit of a time save. I wasn't sure how to do it because I didn't get a chance to test it. My save is already in the lab before I even start anything up, so...
What?
It's gonna hold forward and shoot here. Like I said, this is a bit bright. It's not quite as bad with shades, and it's definitely not as bad as it used to be, but be careful.
Must be a secret
you could steal skin here, so this doesn't happen. But I'd rather take the risk on the not using the steel skin, because it'll make these guys easier to kill with focus shot. I guess if you have perfect ATB, you could steal skin. So the reason I use focus shot there is it has a larger AoE if you're at 2 or more bars. It increases again if you've refocused, so you have 3 bars. So this fight right here would be the first argument for catastrophe. These dogs are a massive pain in the ass and are nowhere near consistent unless you have some sort of godlike luck. Hopefully that one over there is going to screw us today. I see how it is. Blizzard again. That should kill. Here we go. As good as it gets, I guess. The other dogs have a 50-50 basically on dodging as far as I can tell. If they're attacking, they cannot dodge, so that's the trick. Or if you overcharge one of them and put them in a pressured state, obviously they can't dodge either. Okay, I got lucky with that. Ice.
And don't come back.
Okay. So, most of the difficult stuff is over here. We're going to use a couple of Blizzard Magnifies to get through the rest of these fights. But for the most part, we're through the forest. Now we're getting towards the clearing. This segment, unfortunately, just does not really get any quicker. Unless you have Ice Elemental on, you're not going to hit hard enough to kill most of this stuff. Blizzard. There we go. I started shooting because I had a feeling one of them wasn't going to get killed by Blizzard. And then that way I could just save up the final shot. Okay. I wasn't sure if I had broken the fan or not. So there's going to be one more shooting segment that I'm not too worried about. And then we're going to get Tifa back in the party, so let's go. We're going to Blizzard the rats here. And then I'm just going to start toggling onto the bugaboos. Take care of them real quick. I'm not sure if this is slower or not, but getting full run speed seems like it would be worth. If the bugs die to the ice, it's even better, but like, they usually float out of it. Even if you target the bugs with Blizzard, one of them will get pressured and chill out and hold still. The other one won't, though. Flying enemies are really weird when it comes to getting like pressured and stopping movement like they're supposed to. That's why the old wind spell was absolutely atrocious, because enemies would just ignore it and fly out of it. Because it's a broken mechanic. It only works on the one you target for whatever reason. Alright, so my HP is fine. I don't know. Alright, just 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 1,000. 5. Wow, we got the full 6 seconds. Cool game.
I'm afraid to ask, but did you just shoot your way in?
Alright, so we're just gonna zip on by here. Barrett's gonna get hit a bit, but that's fine. Barrett might? Okay, he did spawn on the ladder, nice. So I can just overcharge these 2 mono drives as long as I don't get an awful pattern. Mono drive, mono drive. Okay, I want to make sure to do things that way. Start shower, into Dolphin Flurry, switch over to Barrett. You don't need that fire synergy, it's just a matter of, like, it happens because it does. So check out the Dolphin. The Dolphin.
He's a lot tougher than people think. Probably sleeping soundly, dreaming.
So a lot of these enemies coming up have like 0 chance of killing us outside of the boss. We have Bloodsucker on both our weapons, so the enemies are not gonna be able to do too much to us. So the next place is the sewer, but right now, what I need to do is spam a bunch of Blizzard Magnify to get enough. Are you serious? Are you absolutely serious? That was bullshit that it retargeted for me when I went to cast that spell. Barrett, could you just Blizzard? Okay, and Blizzard Magnify. So Blizzard Magnify will constantly trigger ATB stagger over and over again. That first phase was absolutely atrocious because my ice spell hit the freaking enemies on the upper deck and didn't do shit because they jumped off before it killed. So we'll Blizzard here. Wait for this until the other ones are targetable. Blizzard Magnify. Great. Exactly what I expected. That's really bad, actually.
This is ridiculous.
I have to Unbridled Strength, I think. I need to do some extra stuff here to get the damage I need. Okay, now we're in a really bad spot. Could you get up there? Thank you. This is going to be a dice roll. I don't know if this will work, but Barrett's too low on MP to do what I normally do. That's quite unfortunate. Hopefully I've got overcharge ready. Okay, that's awful. Blizzard, failed experiment. Jeebus. That was actually atrocious. I should have just gone with Omni Strike. Looks like Rise and Fall won't hit. And now we're flat out of MP. 0! Luckily, Synergy doesn't require any MP, so this limits. I'm going to build up a little bit of bar here on purpose, because I'm not going to be able to back this up any other way than double star showering. Okay, awful fight. Could not have gone any worse. Phase 1 was awful. I wasted a Blizzara and did nothing for me. Could you... Okay. Phase 1 was awful. Blizzara did nothing for me. Everything just dodged it, so I waste 11 MP right off the bat. That's horrifically bad with that fight. And then I used another Blizzara a little bit. I got a little bit too greedy with my casts, so... I'm lucky that an unmagnified Blizzard plus Rise and Fall and Overcharge was enough.
They could still be alive.
That was a pretty big shit show, but that's normally how that fight is. It can turn into a shit show real quick. HP up is out. Alright, so now we're resetting Cloud as the dominant force of damage here. Barrett should be fine. No. It's HP up for this. That's it. Everybody else is good. Fireguh, and then I want Berserk. I want Erora, actually. We're not going to be using any spells with him. Max Fury. And Focused Strike. Let's go. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. It's not surprising that I got a couple of golds in a row and then I'm losing some time. So this is a good cutscene right here that we could show off. A lot of people haven't seen the Barrett Cloud Bromance cutscene because you play through it casually and you're not like, oh, I want a platinum. Only people that have done platinums will have seen this cutscene because you have to get all 3 of the dresses. So you won't get the scenario for Barrett to show up unless you're purposefully trying to get the dresses. Because you usually will end up doing the side quests again for the manuals in hard.
Everything that's happened to the
because getting extra weapon points is super nice.
City's on high alert. All the roads.
New Game Plus Hard requires you to really get everything. Anytime there's a New Game Plus category, you kind of have to go all in.
No, but I think
on the PC saves can be transferred, but you got to be careful. Some of the saves that exist are manufactured and have materia that you wouldn't otherwise have access to. You only have like 1 ATB assist, and there's some save files out there that have 3. It's the reason you get 1 is because it's broken. If you have 2 or 3, it becomes so game warping that all you're going to be doing is activating it back and forth over and over again. If we had 2 assists, we could shred some of these bosses without a second thought. Especially with Synergy factored in. It's not even funny for me to think about how hard that would shred bosses. Alright, so we're heading into the sewer. I like sewers. I like toidles. That's actually untrue. I hate both of those. Well, I don't really hate turtles. I hate the Ninja Turtles with the spears they got in this one. They're mean.
Hey, Cloud.
So, heading in here, we're going to rely heavily on Fire Magnify and Fire MP Absorb. The Fire MP Absorb and Fire Magnify is going to turn Cloud into a literal Gauss cannon of damage. Basically, he's going to shoot out nothing but pure energy in a wave of death that vaguely travels in front of him. The easiest way to put that. So there you go. I probably should switch Blade Burst to Fire since I have to do stuff anyway, but Blade Burst is a good offhand tech when you're in magic swords on magic weapons to get some decent damage that don't necessarily require you to cast spells. It's a good way to like micromanage your MP as well. still output damage, but not like go neg on your MP. That's my opinion, though. Fire could be used in a couple of different spots, and I probably should have it equipped specifically for those. I just am still on the fence with it. Because I still use Blade Burst from chapter 12. So to me, there's like no reason to be like, yeah, let's cut frickin' Blade Burst off and put Fire in. But I don't use Blade Burst here, so maybe it is worth cutting for Fire. I guess I probably could use... Well, do I even use... I don't use Blade Burst on Reno. What? I use Self-Destruct. Oh no, I use it in the second half. Ah, teammate just killed it. Normally I can get the stagger in with a spin slash, and then Fire hits for almost everything. That's kind of why I was talking about Fire, because Fire right there would kill with one shot without the magnification issue. Plus my MP would be in a much better position right now. Alright, so we just gotta get out of here.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Oh, this is the wrong button, that's why.
If this is what you want.
Oh my, that is a lot of HP loss. Alright, I guess we're gonna deal with Cloud later then, I guess. So I want to be a little bit out here,
Compared to us, at least.
so that I'm in a better position. Okay.
Keep it up.
You could grab the MP crates there, but they're really not that important. Dude, Barrett pisses me off sucking up all the fucking healing because his HP is so much higher. So we want to go into triple.
That's the way to do it.
Oh, that was actually a bad call. Well, it's not too bad, because Barrett's needed to start the cutscene and see if I can catch up.
Hate to interrupt.
Yeah, we heard you.
Alright. So we're heading into sewer proper. We got a decent pace going. We'll see around 3:30, because I can get a better idea about where I am.
Corneo's mark on it around here somewhere.
A marathon run, you want to be going into chapter 15 around 3 hours and 30 minutes. It looks like that's about where we're going to be.
Can I ask you?
If you can sub 3:30 going into that chapter, that means you've got a better pace going.
Doesn't matter.
Because I'd say like a 450 is reasonable, because you can get some pretty awful RNG in this game sometimes. And there's not much you can do about it. Outside of like screwing yourself over with bad inputs, for the most part, you're in a pretty safe spot.
We're getting close to Corneo's hideout. From here on, I'll take the lead.
I do know some people use Fire Magnify here, but I think unmagnified Fire would be more beneficial. As then some of the single targets I gotta burst down, I can hit with a full power shot and get more MP back out. Like this right here, you could use Fire on.
That way.
And that's what I was hoping for right there. ATB boost into Fire.
Let me handle it.
Cloud into Fire. Yep, I knew that was going to happen when I saw him break up like that. It's a good thing I did ATB boost first instead of later. That would have been a really shitty fight to deal with ATB boost on. I wonder if I can just Blade Burst this idiot. It's probably longer than Fire, so never mind. Huh?
Now that is what I call teamwork.
I guess.
We ain't got time to lay hide and seek, little shit.
Calling fire.
Feel the heat.
Yoki.
Just like that, okay?
I gotcha.
There's plenty of crates to grab, so I'm not really too worried about my MP. I do need to keep it maxed out for the boss fight, but I'm not too worried about it until then. Fire down. So I want to wait until Barrett triggers. That would trigger Barrett's energy. Are you serious with this? That's so stupid.
Never in doubt.
Those enemies don't really deserve... I should probably just double fire a mag that room, actually. That's probably the better way to handle it.
You really want to throw that over me?
I'm glad that the freaking crab there can block that hallway. It's pretty awful.
Make us work for it, are you? I'm not gonna hurt you, fella.
But luckily he decided
Just
not to
stay
this time, so we're in a decent spot. HB boost Fyra, like I said I should have earlier. Fyra, switch over to Tifa. And then at least Cloud will warp to her. Alright, I need to not do that there, because that's pretty dangerous. You can actually lose a ton of time to having to wait for the characters to come to you to trigger that cutscene properly. So we're gonna switch over into Wind Magnify here shortly. So yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm not seeing a need for MP up, actually.
Just like his own.
I can probably switch out the MP up once I get to nail that and have that convert to either HP up or something else. Fyraga, Star Shower, Double Flurry, Grab, HP Boost, Fire Up. Okay. And let me see here. What's the math? I gotta grab this actually. I couldn't remember what the math was. I wanted to make sure though. Yeah, okay. We're fine.
That twisted piece of shit.
I'm not gonna bother grabbing the extra
Corneo's
crate
mine
though.
and mine alone.
You can get this one crate next to the ladder for free, but I wasn't sure about what my numbers were at. I guess as long as I have 120, I'll always hit max MP here. Alright, let's get down here. Yeah, and this is the crate I should have grabbed. I grabbed that other one out of fear because I thought I was at 110 or something like that. Unless you're at like 117, you're not going to get enough because you get 10% at 130 MP, so you got to be careful with those crates. But I think like casting unmagnified spells would definitely make this a lot easier, so...
Wait outside.
Think the kid's gonna be okay going it alone?
Are you serious? Why would it back me off the door? That's such a weird choice. Alright, so we're going to be spamming a lot of magnified spells here. So it'll make my life a lot easier. Fire a Magnify, HP Boost, Fire Gun Magnify, Focused, Focused, and then Barret should cast Berserk here. Switch over to Cloud. I got hit in the cutscene. That's cheap. Alright, so we're gonna Fire Gun Magnify here and try and spit roast Abzu with multiple Fire Gun hits. Switch over to Barret to overcharge. Switch over to Tifa. Into Star Shower. There we go. Oh, so many friends. All the cuddliest of friends. You know what? I actually don't hate the ads in this fight because that's what makes this shenanigans possible. Otherwise, Fire Gun Magnify would not work. So we're gonna doff up here into a True Strike, into his into a Dolphin Flurry, Maximum Fury. I guess not. Fire up. Max Fury. A lot of hit stun there. I did miss time a lot of that. I actually, I gotta wait here because I don't do my split until I go into the door. Which does suck because it does introduce some RNG, but the whole sewer was pretty good. I really have no complaints. Okay, so it's time to go into wind. Lightning for fire, ice for wind. So I want to go into wind. Where is it? Okay, wind for wind. Tifa's lightning for fire. On Barret, ice for this wind, and then this one goes to... That's not the way you want to do refocus, but whatever. A little bit too hard on the inputs there. Aeromag, Aeroga, and Aerora. And then we're going to use Blizzard on this boss, whether you believe it or not. And we're going to downgrade to Somersault for a short period of time. And we're good to go. So, this is a really decent pace, to be honest.
Once we start up,
I'll probably throw it away in the lag again, doing something really dumb. But who knows? It's me we're talking about here. So we're in a really interesting segment here.
No telling what's gonna collapse.
Normally, you would think wind is really weak, but it's really strong here.
Are you hurt? No.
See what I mean?
Wind will more or less one-shot literally everything in this chapter.
Why did this have to happen?
The only thing that doesn't apply to is the third-class soldiers, which we're going to somersault, and the blast rays, which we're going to use a combination of lightning synergy, arrow of magnify, star shower, somersault as well to finish off. So we've got some interesting tech coming up. This is the chapter we initially were skipping. What am I doing? That was really stupid. Very, very stupid. I don't know what my brain was
Just
thinking.
like that,
My brain was
okay?
thinking way too much for way too little. I'm so hungry. I'm trying to eat. I'm screwing up my gameplay, so I gotta chill out for a second here.
You really want to throw that?
HP boost Aurora. HP boost Aurora. And then we're gonna keep on moving. So I'm gonna stagger both of them, and then HP arrow.
Not bad.
The arrows magnify.
So that's where we have to climb?
What if it comes apart while we're up there?
We've made it through worse, you know.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a miracle we haven't been killed a dozen times over by now.
Time for the...
Oh, yeah.
Try to aim for...
Don't screw up, by the way. I think I see a rope hanging off the top there.
So, this is normally where we would activate the skip after this fight. But we're not going with any skips right now, so we're just going to somersault. Are you serious, Tifa Star Shower?
Get ready.
That's very obnoxious that he decided to do that. So normally I would look down and away from the helicopter, or the Valkyr, and then save while the camera's trying to pan. But because I'm not going for the skip, I'm going to look up into it on purpose, so that the cutscene happens faster and the game doesn't rip control away from me. I want to wait until Cloud starts talking to make sure I get the cutscene loaded properly. Once Cloud starts talking, it's pretty much guaranteed to be fine. So we're going to error magnify here, overcharge to get rid of the rest of the bad guys as they get chucked around the corner. Then we're going to throw into a cross slash. Oh, I actually got the MP break too. Tifa Star Shower. I want to make sure he's hit stunned. I'm pretty sure that I could. We'll figure out what's left in the ground right to dump this garbage.
Storm's coming.
Merit. Okay, we got that guy through the
What the hell would be inside?
You could theoretically do this movement with Tifa. Usually with parries, I found that Cloud would not warp to her properly because of the way vertical alignment works. It would just warp you back down to the bottom floor where he was. But I think her movement is actually fast enough now with uppercut parries factored in. I have to test it though. HP boost into arrow. Arrow again. And Cloud's on the
Worked
thingy.
up a good sweat.
Let's do this. No more games. It's over.
One of those fights that's worth taking because we get better movement because of it.
Take your bitch.
Star Shower into somersault.
Keep it tight.
Arrow. That's gonna make it so somersault 100% kills there.
Nothing to it.
Sorry, dude. No steel skin
If any of
today.
this crumbles, we're all going down.
Maybe I could steel skin on Specimen. If I could get him 2 HEB, maybe. I don't know, though. That seems like an interesting idea. It would make Synergy a lot more reliable with Barret. Because they'd have a lot harder time interrupting his spells. I am going to grab the MP crate coming up here because I want to get a free refill if I can.
Just thinking about busting into Shinra HQ's got me fired up.
Save some for later.
No need, son. I've got more than enough to keep me going today.
Okay. I just gotta remember to put synergy on Cloud before the boss.
That's the only way.
I should have healed with Barret. He's got more MP.
You can do this. Look down.
Tifa. Well, actually, Tifa only needs like 10 MP now because she cast Blizzard twice instead of Arrow Rough like 4 times. Nice. That's actually nice to realize that.
Here I go.
HP boost. Arrow Calling in. Arrow switch over to Tifa. First strike, please. I need to remember to parry an additional time and let go of triangle. Alright. Now I'm feeling fed.
Gotta make a stand. How? No more games. It's over.
Let's make this easy. Oh, we're done here.
If I had an unsynergized arrow, I could kill him with it. But that's not a common thing. Oh shit. Bonk. Bonk. Oh my god, are you serious? I'm not even complaining, I'm just like surprised. Wow. What luck. That's technically skill, but... arrow run. Calling wind. Boost. Arrow. Calling wind. Are you serious? Overcharge Barret. I guess if we're gonna stick around, I might as well grab the crate.
That's the way to do it.
My MP is of little importance. So I got an arrow here and I'll switch to Tifa.
Keep it tight.
The reason I want to switch to Tifa is she can easily screw up things and activate the dodge frames of those enemies. Skip here. So we want to do this. Yes, I see you, Satan. Don't you dare steal my lunch. I'm going to be really mad if you do. Alright. Let's see what we can do here. I'm going to open the gambit with an Aeroga from Cloud. Switch over to Barret. Overcharge to build a little bit of ATB. And refocus with Tifa to get her up to a split ATB. So Aeroga, switch over, and Tifa's got near perfect ATB, so this is great. We're going to switch over to Cloud for a second here. Okay, Tifa, Blizzard. Alright, so Cloud should HP boost her in the cutscene. There we go.
You okay?
So we're gonna Aeroga again here, and then Arrow with Barret. I'm gonna move off to the side. Arrow. Switch over to Barret. I figured that would be the case. I need to arrow. I fell a little bit short on damage, so I needed to make sure that things were working. Unfortunately, what happened is Cloud wasn't at max MP, so he didn't hit quite hard enough with his spells. Arrow. That's the wrong character. This is the right character. No. Focus strike. Cloud, get the fuck out of there. Okay. Sure.
Give him your all.
Alright, and we're out of there. Good enough for me. Now I need to do a little bit of a house cleaning here. We're going to switch this back over, and we're going to add a magnification to Eriga. I could switch out the lightning, or thunder to lightning, but I'll do that later.
So they know what they're up against.
After this segment, I want to keep my MP as high as possible so that
maybe even
my issues are minimized.
What about the ceasefire?
That only put the war on pause.
The fact that the timer is only showing like 4:49 tells me my end game is the main problem. My mid game was weak as fuck, but my end game was horrendous.
We don't need more attention than what we're gonna get. We need to be smart.
Yeah, but my soul's screaming for payback, you know? I'm a ticking time bomb, and sooner or later, I'm gonna have to blow up.
Alright, so we're gonna ATB boost right off the bat here. And arrow. We're gonna switch over to Tifa. We don't want this lock on. This is the lock on that we want. And then we're just gonna star shower these two. You could do a couple of different things, but I find that's just the safest way to deal with the problem. Era. Back, Eriga.
Calling wind.
Oh, that's fine. That's the best way to get Barret Cloud over here, because most likely Cloud will stay on the other side of the stacks of crates. Then you'll have to walk him all the way around anyway. Okay, dead. This is the reason I want MP absorb, because that way I can kind of just recklessly chuck spells without really thinking about it twice.
Make way.
Calling wind.
Okay. I'll fix this right here. Actually, oh shit, I should not have done that. I keep forgetting I'm not supposed to heal in here. I need to heal once I get into this room. So, 340, huh? That's fantastic, actually.
This building's incredible.
Okay, we're gonna switch this to lightning, switch over to Iron Blade, no, and then we want to go into my shortcuts and do the same thing. Blade Burst, SD, no, we want Thundera, and then we want Triple Slash. Catastrophe, Thunder, and Arise, which is Arise is 3 menus down plus, oh, and Ascension. That's not gonna get me Ascension. What the hell? Brain, please. There you go.
These days I'm gonna tear it down.
I just gotta remember to manually self-destruct.
Yeah.
I will use self-destruct a lot more later, but I'm gonna switch back to Mythor Blade after.
I don't know about
shit.
Let's just keep heading up.
So equipping self-destruct right now is not.
So
well,
how do we get upstairs?
Either the
it's
elevator
gonna screw up the
or the emergency stairwell.
double sweeper fight. But
Isn't the lab we're looking for on one of the top floors?
Or cutter fight, rather.
I vote we take the elevator.
All right, I'm gonna actually stand up for a little bit here.
No getting up.
We're getting towards the end of the game. Luckily, these segments are a lot slower paced.
You be careful.
Aren't I always?
Thank you, Mother, for. So if you guys don't notice, it's the actual like logo, or the scene where Jenova's head's getting ripped off from the LP. I swore this shirt was cursed, and I'm still under the impression that it is cursed, and it always gives me bad runs. But last couple of times I've had decent runs with it, so I'll run with it. But then again, those runs all died, right? So
Tifa!
Oh shit! Tifa!
maybe it is cursed. Maybe I was right.
Are you okay?
I thought I was dead for sure.
Do-do-do-do. You gotta wait for a pretty long time there.
Hand over hand, huh? That's fine. Bring it on.
So a couple of endgame save loads have been found that I'm going to try and take advantage of. It used to just be the early game was the only place with some well-defined save loads. But it turns out there's a few that you can get in the end game that aren't all that hard to grab. Okay, yeah, that was my fault. I should have just moved the camera instead of trying for a compound. I put myself in a stupid
This
position.
isn't so bad.
Go!
Pretty close now.
Dang
Just
nabbit.
need to make it over there.
That's so annoying. Oh, that's how it be sometimes. I should be able to get a pretty decent Chapter 17 entry as long as Specimen
Just
doesn't
need to get
troll
across
me
those
hard.
platforms.
Which is a pretty big ask, honestly. Ugh. Uh-oh. I am gonna move the mic though, because I want to be able to see what I'm doing. It does block some of my screen, so I have to kind of move it. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm gonna have to move it. Don't worry. While I'm standing up, it's not like you guys can see me any better. What's the point of it blocking? What's the issue with it blocking my stomach? You could SD the guys in the elevator, but there's really no reason to. You just end up getting sent flying for a long period of time. They don't really, these enemies don't respond too well to triple, or self-destruct, rather.
Was never in doubt.
Or wind magnify, so fire is much better. So without fire, it's better to just get this
Ain't got nothing on me.
All right. I just needed to move that there so that I could see what I was doing.
You will proceed by the
for those fights.
and now begin.
Why is this whole?
I don't know about...
You think everything...
Yeah, I...
Ha! If it is, then bring it on.
Oh, that's a little bit of a time loss. I forgot to hold the run. Oops.
Man,
it's so easy to forget little things like that later on.
This is Shinra HQ. How did you expect?
Probably one of the few things that you should only lose a little bit of time to making that mistake.
You know about all the rules,
It's easy to make that mistake though, so it's not like something you expect yourself to never ever do. It's very easy to lose track. So we do have a save load right after the model room. That'll save a little bit of time because we'll be able to move much quicker. Much sooner.
Hey everybody,
so
how's the grand tour? I hope
that's the
you're
end
all
of that,
enjoying
and I will be
yourselves.
right back
Wasn't it fun
after
to
my
learn
pee
about
break.
Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool. Now, moving along. The next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed, because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
These all look so familiar.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
wasn't it? I hope you enjoyed learning about our divisions.
Alright.
And the wonderful ideas and solutions that are produced to benefit us all. Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock.
So we've been in the end game for quite a while now. But this is where the rubber meets the road. And things get a little bit hard. Much harder. Honestly. Specimen is a very rough boss that can very easily slap the crap out of you. Jenova is not much better. I have a working strat, or I guess I should say a strat in working in progress.
We'll teach you all about the miracle of Mako energy and our reactors, as well as
I guess.
the city of Midgar itself. So come on.
So there's a save load in the stairwell here when the AI starts talking at you again.
Congratulations. Now, please proceed to the 61st floor. Division. Welcome.
Because you get slowed down here if you don't. I believe there's one more later on in Chapter 17 when we switch to Tifa and Aerith. One of the cooler cutscene skips I like because you see the shift between in-game to a pre-rendered cutscene for once. So, we're gonna go say hi to Mr. Presidente, El Presidente.
I still can't believe the mayor is working with Avalanche.
Would have been nice to know. Idiots at HQ should have kept us in the loop.
Mayor, explosive.
Great.
Here's the 63rd floor, where loyal Shinra employees relax and recharge.
It's pretty late, but I bet people are still here dealing with the aftermath of Sector 7.
It's their own damn fault. Where are you, Mr. Collaborator?
I think we just need to start talking to people who look the part.
Remember, say mayor.
If they say the best, then we have a winner.
The hell's that?
Combat sim. You can use it to train for battle in a virtual space.
There's training in it.
You work here?
The mayor.
I was told to
That's right.
Gosh, I got a massive migraine coming on, and I think it's my anxiety is building it up because this is actually a somewhat decent run. Didn't see Barrett come in, so that could be super helpful. Nope. We're doing that on easy. We're gonna roll forward, gain speed boost, and so I need to wait a second to self-destruct. Yep, there we go. Nice. It took a little bit longer because I accidentally went in the menu too soon. I'm used to being able to spam self-destruct from the shortcuts, but... Circle out. And then turn around. Oh no, Barrett did come in. Oops, that stinks.
Alright, I'm here.
Sometimes Barrett or Tifa can get trapped outside and they'll open the door for you on the way out so you don't have to face rub it to get out.
We can even try it and secure.
We need to
I don't know why you gotta polish some of these doors with your cheeks to get them to open. Kinda weird. You'd think for such an advanced building that all the doors would be a lot better about opening to the point where you're not like, oh, well, if you're running into them. Okay.
Damn it.
Barrett.
Yeah, I know. We came here to save Aerith. That's our first
So I'm gonna play Specimen
That's right.
safe if I can get away with it.
One chance.
I should be okay.
Hojo should be at that board meeting, so that'll buy us some time. We need to plan this
I
just right.
actually need to do something else as well. But no. Yep, that's what I thought. Or no, that's the wrong thing. For Tifa's, yep. I want to change the chain bangle out. It would require me to take 2 Mako expulsion hits if I don't do that.
Hojo is?
and I don't really think that's a good idea to take 2.
You hear the word ask anyone?
No thanks.
But I mean, if you're factoring in that the stupid little things can screw you over pretty heavily, it doesn't have to be anything special.
All right, I'll wait out here.
Huh?
Tifa.
Maybe. Oh, never mind. Oh, thank God. No one's in here.
Love to show them.
Come on. Let's just find that duck.
One day I'll get in here sub 350. One day. Not today, but there is a chance it'll happen sooner. There we go. Oh, so we're in the last 40-ish, 40 to 50 minutes of gameplay. 50-ish, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. 440 at X is a pretty good time you should be aiming for a marathon, I'd say. 450 is a bit sloppy, bad luck. 450X is a lot more bad luck or sloppy gameplay. The run can go down to a 430, which is a really good time. Right now it's at a 436, and it's theorized it can go down like 432, 433, 434. So 20 minutes of slop in a run, especially when you're counting the fact that you can't... I'll try and play nice Wolverine. As long as he plays nice with me, I won't do anything too rude. I'll even give him the benefit of the doubt and use Synergy Lightning as well, so he doesn't take too much damage from Barret. You aren't a nice guy. I'll just have Cloud do most of the work like he should have been doing. So we're gonna turn on over here. I kept the spells where they are because I'm gonna use those in the lab. And the other spells are gonna be getting used a lot less, so I figured I just hold on to the spells and take a couple of bad shortcut fights, and that's about it. I gotta frickin' ascend anyway with my, through my shortcuts, so... I gotta remember to put Force Bracelet take back off on here. Initially, I was thinking it would be okay to take another Mako Expulsion, but thinking about it, that's like really dangerous sticking around with that. Unless you're factoring in getting tagged in the back by like a fire or a blizzard, that's a really awful idea to consider. So once again, self-destruct, we're evading instant death, so we take a bunch of self-damage, which will activate Reprieve, bring us back up. HP Absorb on enemy skill to siphon off a lot of our damage, and basically get a full refill. We also need to have low HP, because the more self-damage we take based on a percentage, the more we get back out of this. So I can basically get a level 2 limit with magic up by, like, dealing way more than my HP cap a couple of times over. So I need to... Okay. Tifa into Berserk on this guy. Blade Burst.
Anytime now. Try it. Gotcha.
We want to self-destruct.
Going all out.
Pretty good, pretty good. Hopefully we can get a little bit more cuddly here in a moment. We did get the Berserk off, which is exactly what we needed the most. And Cloud got the SD off. So, Rake, you have to go very far out of your way to bait.
Gotta give it my all.
So I want to uppercut, parry, cancel, Star Shower into another uppercut. The uppercut itself may be needed, but I want to get the extra ATB so I can Star Shower again into her limit. So we're going to start this phase with a Star Shower, and then we're going to limit. Also going to put Chain Bangle back on here. Yeah, Somersault, get out of the way. Cloud is 100% going to die here, unfortunately. Okay. Now we want to Kurga. Wow, Cloud didn't die. That's actually amazing. We want to put Iron Blade into Mithril. No. We'll put Chain Bangle back on. Yes. Barret is going to get Goddard Dummerung. Yep. And then, there you go. So we're gonna ATB boost here. Error. Okay. ATB boost again. Thundera.
You're about to get that stuff.
Oh, this is so stupid. I hate this fight so much. That was unnecessary and shouldn't have ended up like that. Alright, I'm just gonna have to kill this guy. And then arise Cloud.
Let's turn this around.
Take it off.
Bring it home.
I picked Cloud instead of Tifa so that I could get out of that cutscene quicker. That was actual bullshit, though. That was a lot of stupid time. I think, I'm not sure where I normally split, but I want to split after those fights. This is still an okay pace, but it could be better. I really would want to be in Chapter 17 proper by now, taking the second elevator down. This is an okay run, though. This would be a 440 pace, but not a very good one. I didn't lose that much time, though. I think the split for that is Specimen, or like before those fights, but I want to change it to later. I think it's a bad idea to split like right after Specimen.
They have come again.
Specimen was fantastic. The fight before was fantastic. Those stupid fucking ejected troopers are ridiculous. I hate those damn things. They're not even supposed to eject. In the vanilla version, they never did. You could kill them before. But somebody at Squaresoft was like, you know, that's too easy. We gotta break their legs first.
Looks exactly the same.
Probably should have, like, arised Cloud immediately, to be honest. Would have been much better. I wonder if ATB charges only while the character's alive, or if it just progresses, period, regardless of character state. So that's a bummer. Definitely did lose about 10 to 20 seconds. Probably 30.
Anyway, we gotta get
because Catastrophe completely whipping is horrifically bad, because the whole Catastrophe is wasted. It's not very often that that happens, but that's why Catastrophe is not really that good of a limit. Honestly, it's pretty poorly designed and has very bad auto-targeting to the point where it'll whiff sometimes like that.
The little ones in the pods. Where did they go?
So yeah, my PB is in the lab like 357, so I'm in a pretty bad spot right now. Leftover play first. 4 hours, this is pretty decent. Not great, but decent. Yeah, we're not gonna bother healing. Aerith will heal up off the first set of enemies anyway.
Hell is this place?
Hojo's treasure. Shinra's dark secret.
So, now we're headed into one of the worst menus in the game. Luckily, I practiced it before we got here. Before I even got a run going, I was practicing it. So we should save a nice chunk of time off of me remembering this menu. Assuming I remember this menu. So yeah, I was looking at my PB yesterday, or earlier today, and I think I was like 357 or something holding this switch. So I'm like 3 minutes behind a 444 pace. But that means I'm still on pace for an upper 440 X. So 445 or above is possible right now. I don't think I threw endgame in that one either. I think my endgame was really strong. Jenova is going to be a big problem, though. Concentrate. Quizabuck, if you will.
Need a hand? Thanks.
Scatter.
Yeah.
You okay?
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nowhere close. Let's go.
Very, very unfortunate.
What is it? If we flip that... I may be able to... You sure? Yes.
Alright. Let's get this over.
Do the trick?
Now is where the rubber meets the road. We're going to be hitting a lot of hard encounters with a lot of enemies that don't want us to survive. I got to make sure to target the one with the barrier here with my spell, and then I got to have catastrophe on the other one. This one needs arrow, this one needs catastrophe.
How long? Here we go.
Need my help, do you?
Didn't look too long.
Shit, it's like they're turning out monsters here.
Let's do this far.
Wanna floppy. Thunder up. That's not right. I'm definitely gonna call it like this twice. Well, I'm lucky I decided to take the counter. I'm not sure if double thunder will work though.
What's the plan?
To be honest.
First, should be an element. Didn't expect any of this, but we just gotta roll with it. Come on.
Kata at the end, yeah. I have tried Kata there. Kata needs something else to support it though.
The doors.
It used to be I'd use catastrophe and a second cross slash to end that fight. The problem is catastrophe will make all of those eyeballs explode. So you're gonna leave that fight with like 1 HP on everybody. Like everybody's gonna get used. You end up needing heal or cure magnify.
We'll head down too. Be right there.
Somersault, Star Shower Somersault is enough when he's still berserked for the most part. So everybody else is just adding that last little bit of damage to make sure you're hitting him as soon as possible to push the phase into dead boss.
I can't hear what you're saying.
I think there's something over there.
Hello.
Yeah.
No need to worry.
God, I hope I don't throw this in such a silly way this time. I don't mind if I mess up Jenova. Well, I do, because I practice Jenova, but...
You two will be on your...
Thanks.
We'll be waiting.
Roger that.
Hey, you think Cloud's doing okay? He's been acting really weird lately. More than usual.
True. But it's Cloud. I'm sure he'll be fine. But what about you, Tifa? How are you holding up?
Huh? I guess this has to be the third
I'm
ward,
fine.
right?
Think so. But it looks like the door's locked.
There has to be something we can do. Let's look around.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the problem is the Gotterdammerung is already on
We should let
Tifa
Cloud know.
from the other fights. So I'd have to use Gotterdammerung everywhere else. Because I have to take it off one way or the other. It's just optimal to take it off after.
Right.
I could avoid using Gotterdammerung in those following fights, but I don't want
think we're
to.
supposed to do.
Essential.
We were fiddling with some sort of control panel.
Yeah, you have to account for a lot of stuff to figure out which
We'll make our way
works.
to the central terminal.
Yeah, Somersault's way faster
Sit
in the
tight
other
to
areas, plus you want Dolphin Flurry 100% for Abzu too. Fucking Catastrophe on Abzu too? Hell no, I ain't playing that fucking game. That sounds like a losing battle.
That leads to the center. Push them back.
Okay.
Calling lightning.
Okay. Goddard is probably like the most obnoxious one that you have to menu around. So, like that's the one like upside, right? Okay, fine. I guess we'll fucking Uriga. It's not what I wanted to do, but whatever.
Weren't the girls right by the door?
Gotterdammerung is probably the most obnoxious accessory because of that. So, I'd almost say that Gotterdammerung list has like a slight advantage because it doesn't have to bother with that stupidity. But then again, it basically has to turn Magnify, double magic up into Gotterdammerung for the most part. So,
we will.
Okay, let me do the menu here. Brain, activate. We want to do this, Cloud onto Iron, no. Nothing here. Wrecking Ball, no. Goddard to Tifa, yes. MP up for refocus, MP for warding. Time for this thingy. Binding for that. Binding to here. This for that. Cleansing. HP up for fire. And we should be... No, I gotta put Barrett into EKG, no. And then we want to go into, I believe, this. Thundera. And then Cloud, we want to put him on self-destruct. And we'll turn this over to Thundera. Oh, I forgot. And then Barrett's fine. So I also want to do this. There we go. Actually, did I need to do... Yeah, I want to do that there. I did the doo-doo. I do the dee-doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
You can always run away, right?
The limit of the island!
Dude, will you...
Get him!
Stupid jack-offs.
No surprises there.
Good thing I was cognizant of that. So this is another save load that I can't remember who pointed this one out, but this is nice. Maybe it was Foxy that pointed this one out. This one should have been really obvious right off the bat, to be perfectly honest. I don't know why the fuck we didn't catch this one sooner. Or at least I didn't. I don't know about everybody else, but I should have realized that that one was viable way earlier on.
You don't want to
Arrow mag. Poke, 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 poke. Arrow mag. Poke, 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 poke. Arrow mag again.
Gonna get windy.
Okay. I'm gonna grab the crate here. I wish we could figure out a better setup for the lab, but that's just how it is sometimes. Somersault and Soul Drain. Thank you for your service. I appreciate your MP. Now get the fuck out of my face.
Do it.
Out of my face! Out of my face! I wonder if you can save load after these. Maybe if you can save load when the command menu prompt pops up. I wonder. We're gonna grab this crate. I hate having to grab that one. I really want to go back to Thunder Magnify just so I don't have to bother grabbing any crates, but I don't know how much time you actually lose. I need to time it, actually. Grabbing the crates. How much time do I lose getting them? Each individual one. And then be like, okay, so this one is the most I need to get. This. Somebody actually asked about Goddard Dumrung. I think it's probably about what my tutorial for Chapter 13, I'd imagine. Because I don't use it at all in the underground lab because it takes forever. I don't know if I actually covered that, though. Did I? Are you serious?
Too bright? Okay, let's go. Get him! Got your number.
Alright, whatever.
Would kill for a shower.
I'm not a big fan of that, but at least I got through it quickly enough.
Is this really the exit?
I really feel like both of those should have been hit by Somersault, but, you know, that's how this game is. What you feel and what happens are two completely fucking different things, right? We're gonna Somersault you, Thundera.
You jittery?
Switch over to Tifa.
Too bright?
Okay.
No surprises there.
So I shouldn't need to menu either, because I did all the menuing over here on the other side. I could put SD up on square, but I have a feeling I'd fucking misinput that a ton. What do we have? I want to know what my fucking MP count is. Alright, yeah, I definitely want this. 159, that's way too low. Too low for me, dude.
Hey, Cloud?
Tifa?
We use the...
Roger that. I'm getting pretty bored.
Okay, so I gotta remember to put Goddard Dumrung on before
You two
Brain
stay-
Pans.
Be careful.
Please don't let me reset back to this fight. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I accidentally reset to here. That hurt me on the inside so much yesterday. Or not, I guess it wasn't yesterday. What am I doing? Magic up. Magic up. Derba derba. I went straight from like doing a marathon commentary for X4 into like shit posting around with a friend and like racing X1, X2, X3. And I got X bullied in every single one because I've always been bad at those games.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
You going down one way or another.
Good job, Barrett.
I hope you're
pretty
enjoying
good.
your experience.
What do we got here?
Why don't you come down here?
Yep.
Before you get any ideas, you should know this glass is bulletproof. No discernible changes after contact. Most fascinating.
I could always put on Mithril Blade here, if I really wanted to. We're not gonna bother with that stack of boxes. We're only gonna grab the other one before the sledge worms.
Evacuate area. Commencing test.
No holding back.
We're down on you. Gonna make your eyeballs pop.
Not looking good.
That's that. Be a fool not to use
Okay.
this.
Good
Well,
job.
Whatever, man. Let's go. How'd you like watching your precious toys?
Ugh, that kind of stinks.
I never grow tired of
I'll
watching
probably have
my
to
toys
grab
be
the crates
broken,
before the
no matter how
brain
many
pans
times
as well.
I've seen it happen. Such is the case when you truly enjoy your work. Now, for the next step.
Definitely need to get all the MP here though, without Mithril Blade and MP Absorb. Overcharge. That's actually really good ATB for once. ATB.
Let's be smart.
Thunder up.
Buzz off.
Sure? I don't even know what the fuck I just watched happen, honestly. I can actually skip the one after this. I don't need to bother with the crate here. Actually, we'll grab it anyway. I want to put Daughter onto you. Let's get the fuck out of here. I probably could skip that crate. I need to stop coddling myself with it, to be honest. ATB boost. Boom. I shouldn't switch here. I keep doing that wrong. So next is Skill Master, Binding, and then Lightning back to Ice. Alright, so we want to target Brain L here.
It's time y'all return to the flat.
Close enough. I can SD out of this too, so... Oh, I don't need to because my MP is full. Never mind. I've got enough HP for Sword Pete, so it doesn't matter. We want to put Goddard onto Tifa, then Cloud for Binding and Skillmaster, and then Lightning back to Ice. Kidoki.
I don't see any elevators around here.
I'll let Tifa
Yep, my
and
MP is
know.
fine. Barrett's MP is full too. That's fantastic. Well, that's because I fucking went out of my way to grab that crate like a dummy.
To get in,
Like a big dummy, dumb.
But the door we used to get here is shut. So what now?
The passages have to be connected somehow. Please.
It's a PHS terminal. Call up Tifa. See if they can get to the central terminal. Hey, you okay down there?
Enough of you.
That thunder out here?
Easy peasy every time.
You should come.
Alright, let's see what we got going on here.
Tifa. Red fell to your level.
Oh no! Come on!
No second box. Alright, let's do this.
Nothing can stop me.
Thundera.
You jittery?
You have to tag at least once
That's
for
a win.
Thundera to 100% kill. Unless you've got full MP. Yeah, boy!
Moving on.
Shit. I mashed 1, 2 times. What the fuck is this? Wombo combos, dude. Don't tell me I'm gonna spawn right into a Thundera.
Sorry for the wait. Now,
Air
let's
run.
Stop, watch out for that. Stop. Giving's on you.
What?
Too late. One more shot.
Thank you for the MP, and I will see you scumbags later. So we're gonna aim for surviving Jenova instead of anything else. I've been having like and possibly bad luck with eating the time pools. I don't know if it's like you can't use resist to make it work or whatever, but it doesn't for whatever reason. So I'm gonna have to stagger Jenova. So I gotta make sure I can get full ATB.
And it's not moving.
The professor still has plans for us, I presume.
For the record, I don't like this one bit.
All that remains
Nobody
is
should
the
like
fourth
this,
ward.
not at all.
We must trust in Cloud and Barrett to see it through.
Why can't you cut a roll of braid? You're gonna feel this one.
Okay.
And we're
All right.
safe.
So ice for healing, and then we'll swap that out for single cleansing.
This was a good idea.
Ice for cleansing. Where the fuck is it? And then ice for wind. Wind magnify for elemental. Then we want to go into the dive kicks. We want to dolphin our way through this garbage. Thundiga, Blizzara, and then point blank, I think? Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Well, let's go give the others the news.
Yeah, so you'd want to be leaving the lab around 420, if that's any indicator.
There's only one.
And by 420, I mean the second elevator that goes to Shinra's office, not the first one that
Now we
meets
head
both the
back to that
parties
door.
together. So this is still a decent run. Hopefully I don't botch it too hard at Jenova. Jenova is going to be the through point. If I can break through Jenova without losing too much time, I should have a decent run. I was planning on, if a run dies, I'm going to, at this point, I'm going to shut the stream off, but
Friendly guy.
I figured if the run died, I was going to quickly start practice on Jenova. Actually, my brain kind of flustered out here and forgot that I'm doing commentary. So here, you can actually rush down Sword Pede and counter immediately. So with first strike in hand, you can get a full ATB real easy into this. Blade Burst, ATB Boost, Self-Destruct, and if the Self-Destruct doesn't kill him, the additional Synergy Thunder will. So we're going to Soul Drain here, and there you go. Easy peasy.
We got it to work.
So now we got everything set up and ready to go for the end game. Jenova has a few little tweaks I need to make for my party. Jenova sucks. Just Jenova flat out sucks. I have a lot of issues with the way that I have it set up right now. I need to reroute it, and I just haven't had the time to. I've been doing some other stuff for other marathons, so it's been a little bit behind where I would like to be. I guess it doesn't matter. That should clear all the way. Yep, there we go. So we got Cure Magnify going. We're going to go into Hard Edge Nope, and then we want Stagger for Assist, and Wind for Skillmaster. We're going to go without Revival, probably a bad idea, but there's not much I can do anyway. Yeah, the main event indeed.
What the hell?
would.
Yeah, I can definitely take that elevator like sub 4 hours and 20 minutes very easily. This run's not the best. I started losing time after the two, you know, I fixed my 2 worst chapters. Because I mainly, that run, I came back after that, somehow.
And then the roof.
Hopefully this time I don't have a complete brain fart.
Wait, once we get in...
We're ready.
The elevator. Now's the time for any unfinished business.
Go. So, Jenova, beat in Japanese, is quite the frustrating fight. I probably would have somebody doing co-commentary if I could for this. Mainly, we need to break the tentacles to keep her passive, but I also want to be putting in enough damage that I can push through this pressure phase. I have to do a lot of stuff at the start here, and it's very hard to make it all work and have Jenova not screw you over. If I get blown back, it's gonna really slow things down. Hopefully I don't mess up. But I can still survive since I have Magnify Cure on Tifa. She has plenty of full party heals on her. I'm gonna try and get some resist out of her later on. But that's something completely different. Hopefully I'll be able to get it off without too much issue.
Help me. Well. Pull me up.
Skip this cutscene. What? I forgot to change Cloud shortcuts. That was a really stupid mistake to make. Disorder, Berserk, and Braver. Alright. Oops. Oops.
Hey! Please help me! Help me! Please!
Well, you can't reset time. You can only reset the entire run, so take it as a second chance to calm down and do this right.
Pull me up!
Aerith, I want you to ATB Ward Cloud, ATB Boost. I messed it up again. I don't care at this point. Tifa Star Shower, Disorder, Dolphin Flurry. Okay, I need to Berserk Jenova, and then haste myself.
Too bad. Double time.
Oh, that's really bad, but there's not much I can do about it. Alright, Tifa, I'm gonna need you to start a shower. Cloud, I need you to Braver into Disorder. Tifa, start shower again.
This one's for you. Go on.
Okay, well, that's very interesting. Blizzara Jenova here.
Bundle up. Let me hit.
Need to get out of the way of that. God damn. No, shit. I need to... Okay, that's really awful. Alright. Oh, Tifa.
I won't give up.
Tifa, how long is your silence still going on for? I have to wait this out. Okay. Thank you, Cloud. Good job. I guess that means I can just do the normal strat for the end here. Yeah, we're not gonna... Here we go, everyone. Might as well just get resist going on both Cloud and Aerith.
We can do better. You're up.
Awful ass ATB placement as usual, idiot.
Test tube, here we go.
Alright, well.
Enough.
Go on.
All right. Let's just in case. That's that.
Give me your best shot.
Okay.
No holding back.
Into focus thrust. Alright. Okay. You suck, Jenova, and so do I. We're going to uppercut this thing with Oblivion. Start shower. Start shower, please. Into Cloud's Berserk. Dolphin Flurry. Braver. Get the fuck out of here. That was absolutely horrifically bad, but apparently not as bad as my previous attempt. Stop that. Into EKG into pincers. Yep. We want Goddard Dummerung on him as well. Yep. And then we want Cloud's binding to go to HP up. Correct. And then assist for stagger. What's her HP looking like? Wait. Was I looking at the wrong HP? Nope, we're good. Fine, we can do that. That first phase was a complete shit show. But if the first phase is the shit show, or second phase is the shit show, then I guess that means you have an easier time in the end phases. That fight can be done much faster, and I have yet to do it properly. But I can focus and push through on this stuff.
Everyone okay?
Let's go. Thanks, Barrett.
No.
Give me the homie pat.
Not bad.
Into focused.
Here it comes.
Lift and 1, 2, 3, 4. See you later, you big dirty doggo. More.
Think you got my number?
Boop. 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 Boop.
Good thing.
Boop. 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 I'm so glad Cloud pushed that phase, because I was like, for sure, I'm like, I'm fucked, I'm fucked, I'm fucked, I'm fucked, I'm fucked, I'm fucked. And then Cloud pushed the phase, and I'm like, thank you! Thank you for taking pity on me! That ATB ward is my biggest issue. I might not do this strat anymore, because I'm having issues with landing that ward on Cloud for some reason. I don't understand why I'm having such a hard time with it. So Rufus can be very difficult. I set up to make sure that him and the dog are separated so he's not aggroing to me. And then I set up the dog's pressure value so that my first hit will immediately stagger, and then I'll get full damage off the triple slashes that follow up. So we're gonna roll out of the way here, Braver, activate a game mechanic. The game automatically staggers Rufus to a disorder, or a Braver, just kind of as a nod to the OG version, and let's get this going. We're gonna limit Drone A and switch to Aerith, Thunder that pile of garbage, and now we're going to Tempest the left one to rip through it as quick as possible. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to waste a little bit of time here because the game decided fun is illegal. We're gonna Thunder that guy, and then we're gonna come over here and Tempest this thing. We're gonna get back a little bit here because I'm a little bit worried, and do some normal attacks to build some ATB and make sure Drone B's dead. We are in the driver's seat right now. So I have both ATB that I wanted and Blizzara, which means I'm going to be able to triple Blizzara this phase right here and rip right through his defenses. We are gonna stagger Arsenal like nobody has ever staggered before. So, triple Blizzara leads to a quick stagger for whatever reason. I'm not quite sure why, but it works. Alright, so we're gonna switch to Barrett here, throw in an overrun to get some extra damage. And that will be enough to push the phase without using a single command. Now I have near perfect ATB on Barrett, and perfect ATB on Aerith. We're gonna throw down a Thundergut here and start a new Skillmaster loop. Thundergut will stop the truck here. We are gonna Thundera the front wheel and Blizzara the rear wheel. Does not matter which order, but it does matter as long as I hit this scrub. So we get point blank in, push back, overrun. Barrett got a 2-bar point blank in, so that is going to hit like a truck. And the truck is dying. Threat level maximum, I think we are indeed the maximum of threats. Aerith is indeed the soloer of destruction. If we could keep her from getting hit, we could solo just about anything. Nope, don't want to switch yet, but I do want to split. And then we're going to change. Most of the time lost there was from hesitant menuing, but that's fine. We're coming up to the next big menu, and a pretty fun mini game that we're not going to do because it's not fun in hard mode. If we could downgrade, I'd probably be okay doing it on normal, but hard is really obnoxious because you only get a single heal. So we're going to move for a little bit here and then switch into Iron Blade. Yes. EKG back onto Barrett. No, LMG. I'm wrong. Yes to LMG. We want put Goddard Dumber on Tifa. We want Clouds. Lightning to switch to Ice. Correct. HP up for Magic up. Magic up for Skillmaster. We want Barrett's Wind to transfer to Steadfast. Block. Wind for Skillmaster, I believe. Yep. And then we want Barrett's Lightning for his Revival. And then Lightning for Magnify, I believe. Yes, Cleansing goes to Revival, which is a one-thing swap. Subversion goes to Steadfast Block, and this should go to Refocus, and we are done in the menu. We have one more menu before Sephiroth. It's an unfortunate side effect, not bad breath. No, never. We're not. That's not right either. SD and Braver. Point blank, we're going to go into Curiga Magnify. We're going to need to heal our whole party a bunch here. Somersault to flip this click, and Aeroga. We're gonna throw down a couple of onesie onesies. Uppercuts into dive kicks are an old school method of canceling uppercuts and shortening the animation. It's something I've switched over to doing because it's still a pretty good tech, even with parry cancels being available. If you're trying to deal damage, it's the fastest way to push it out. I need to enter into the breach proper. So that menu was a bit slow, but we're fine with that. Yep. Yep. I believe I probably split at that menu at an improper time. This ATB is fantastic. So, these first two phases are on a hard timer. If we can output enough damage fast enough without using too much ATB and hitting a specific amount of times, we can immediately start the phase transition. Long story short, I'm going to self-destruct and game how I'm using the how I'm happy to see me. I'm going to push these phases immediately with self-destruct. I'm going to start the phase transition timer as soon as I self-destruct. My ATB is so high that I can build the bar pretty easily and go into ATB without any worry at all. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to be using Curiga Magnify a lot with Barrett to push through, but who knows where we end up. Hopefully we're just fine.
Bring it on!
We also want to refocus with Tifa because she's got Goddard Dummerung. SD, switch over to Barrett, overcharge. Tifa, limit, refocus, switch back to Cloud. That is not what... Oh, I guess that works too. No. Actually, damage isn't important here for one. I think I forgot to put friggin' Chainmail back on Cloud, but it's okay. I'll probably do that in Sephiroth if I remember. These fights. No, I got Chain Of course, Strife would be like, put Chain Bangle back on, that stupid bastard. Alright. Chain Bangle is like my biggest baby thing that literally doesn't help at all, but it's never gonna stop me.
Give me your best shot. Still here. Too easy.
No more playing nice.
See you later, buddy.
All set.
Where are you? What the fuck hit me?
To the limit and beyond.
Arise, Cloud.
Go. There.
Okie dokie.
Come on.
What a jerk.
Damn it.
Perfect, perfect. Wait, Chain Bangle? Huh? Oh, you're talking about... I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think Chain Bangle gives HP up. I might be confused, but then again, I'm always confused, so never mind. Ignore me, my confusion is always... Oh, okay. I gotcha.
I'm through with you.
Star Shower. Tifa into Somersault. Alright, come here, Tifa. Alright. No, I want to be on Cloud here.
Enough. Let's do this. That's that.
Okay, that's good enough. You can't keep me down, and my Chain Bangle is my rock. It's my safety switch. I have to have it, even if it's not necessary for anything. Dude, I can't believe I made it through Jenova. I almost got... Jenova Phase 1 and 2 turned into a complete shit show because I misplaced ATB Ward.
What the hell did I just see?
I don't even know where ATB Ward goes, ever! I missed that ATB Ward more times than I've placed it properly at this fucking point. Alright, so as long as we don't throw too hard here, this should be able to stay on 440 pace. Well, I obviously remembered both the magic ups this time. That's great. Either that or I've crit my way to victory. One or the other.
Damn it! How do we stop these things?
Well, the big one is way over there. However, these guys are right here. Nothing personal.
Okay, that's funny. That's very funny, buddy. Maybe be better to just scratch it. Yeah, I need to either learn to place it properly or cut it. I'm not sure which yet. I swear to God, I keep setting it to Cloud, and it never hits him. I'm like, what did I do this time?
Alright, see ya.
I don't even know. My incompetence. I probably should. I need to look at it again for sure.
That's that.
I'm also thinking of looking back at Thunder Magnify Lab. I can't help it, man. If I can't play the game and use ATB Ward, then what's the point, right? If it always makes me fuck up Jenova 4 hours into a run, it's probably not worth it, unfortunately.
This can't be our future.
Let's go, scrubs. Fake-ass ghosts, you couldn't even win in your own damn movie. Fuck out of here, you losers. You losers! So, the Whispers will come... we'll get our characters in Sephiroth based on who kills what. This is the most simplest explanation. We get points based on who staggers. So right now, Barrett has pretty high point value because he's got me several heals, and Tifa really hasn't done much. What we're trying to do is get Tifa first, Aerith second. So we have to go out of our way to do a lot of kind of like jank stuff right now to make it work. Also, I do a safety heal here with Tifa because it'll activate her, it activates her skill master, so it's whatever. I don't know why it activates skill master, because all I ever do is... Drop the Tempest in there. Start showering T-Fist. Okay, switch over to Cloud.
Enough of you.
Burst.
I'm through with you.
Not the good method, but I'm not even gonna whine.
It's over.
This one's for you.
I should have Blade Burst there, shouldn't I? ATB Ward, though, that's... No, that's Mithril Rod, right? Mithril Rod's ATB Ward, so I guess you could have it, or you would have it. Interesting. I guess maybe for normal that wouldn't be that bad of an idea. I think the focus poking is the best way to deal with normal, but that's just my opinion.
Think so.
What am I doing? Star Shower, please? Are you serious with this? Come here, Tifa. Again, dude? Stop it. There, bastard.
I decide my destiny.
Dude, what the hell? He wanted to kill her really bad. Oh, I got the limit too? That's kind of silly. Too bad that's a waste. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'd imagine there was... That makes sense if you put it that way.
We did it!
Is it really on another one? It's like the final skill. That's why I thought it was Mithril. Let's see here, Thundiga. Alright, I need, Cloud, can you come over here and kaboom this thing?
Go for it!
Alright. Reinforced staff. Okay, that makes sense. That's like the last one you get. I remember like Mithril Rod takes a while to come online because of the way it works out. Spell Thunder Dude. See you later, asshole. Into Hard Edge Nope. Magic up for HP up. Wait, First Strike, Skill Master. Yeah. And ATB boost for assist. Okay, we want Disorder, I believe. Into Focused, into Braver, correct? Yes. Into Blizzara, and then we want to upgrade you to Dolphin. Probably not going to happen. Regular attacks.
Fate is not
Three. Didn't do that right.
I see you. Yeah. All right. Floppy. Calling ice.
Really? That's very interesting.
Let's do this. You're done.
Okay, we're going for a flight, I guess. Completely botched that, but I guess whatever.
Here we go. Beg for forgiveness.
Nope.
Try this.
The planet will claim you.
No holding back.
Interesting scintilla.
Gotcha.
Blizzara.
Have we forgotten already?
Can't believe I fucked that up so bad.
Going in. Solo.
Oh shit! Nice Braver into the fucking dead air. Fake split is fake. I don't think I'm subbing 50 today. This sucks. Rough, 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 rough.
Need some help?
Don't know about me. Good to go?
You know it.
Get ready.
Bonk.
That'll do.
Other side. See you later, buddy.
You're done.
Bonk. Shit. Really? I didn't hit with that one? Fuck you, game. I disagreed. It's so hard to do commentary for this because all you're thinking is, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. And your fingers are like, okay, sure. Can do, buddy. I'm so, like, I'm not very familiar with this fight. I love it, but it's so easy to fuck up if you're, like, getting even a little excited. So I need to practice this more, I think, is my big, Thundiga?
Get him!
Thundiga.
Let's do it.
Two other asshole.
3. Bundle up.
Bring it! One more time! There!
I see you.
And then we're gonna go into Infinity End, Tifa.
Let's do this.
Aerith, I want you to thunder up. Get fucking stuffed, scrub. Still not a great run, but better than a sharp stick in the eye. Let's see here. I should have... Do I have Ascension on? No, I don't. I have to manually do it. Ascend. Thundiga.
Give it my all.
448.59. Oh, I'm so bad at this game. Just ever so slightly sub that 49 on glitchless. Woo! Oh. Alright, thanks Wolverine, thanks Stripe for the GGs. I think now is an important time for me to... I want to take a look at Hojo's lab and see how fast it is with the wind synergy stuff, or wind magnify, and check it against lightning magnify, because you can get full MP back once you get to the missile turrets, and then you can follow up with soul drains on the Thundera magnifies. But I have to see like how much time I can save by not getting the crates, but that's like those individual segments. And then I gotta figure out how far I've got to go for Cloud and Barret. I think Cloud and Barret are pretty well done. I guess the only thing I could do is go double down on Wind and MP Absorb, maybe? So that would leave me with Wind Magnify.
Which lies ahead.
Ice? No. Wind Magnify, Wind MP Absorb. Thunder? I mean, I could cut Lightning. I don't technically... No, I need it for the Sledgeworms. Never mind. That was fucking brain damage. Only the stupid statement.
Will not
so that's 4 double slots in a single. Stagger.
This is...
Burst Strike and Double Magic Magic.
The edge.
So Stagger and Burst. Magic Magic.
Cloud, lend me your strength.
Yeah, I've been able to do it, but the thing I've been trying to think is like you have to grab the crates, right? Or are you doing it with soul drains? That's what I was trying to figure out.
Never.
Because like it feels like getting the crates is awfully slow, but maybe I'm just overthinking it too much. Leaving with full MP is far more important than worrying about Yeah, that's what I've been doing, a hybrid of Soul Drain. I leave with nearly full MP every time, too. Good thing I did. I looked at Arsenal like you told me to the other day, because I never leave Jenova with full MP anymore. I am probably going to switch to the Blizzara thing. I do like that, but that's only if I can get the first phase. Only 2 crates? Let me see here. I usually have to grab the one after the dog room, and then the one on the chair. The other one I can grab while I'm waiting for wind to hit the failed experiments. I don't know. I have to reroute the way I do it because maybe I'm too aggressive with the dog rooms and not aggressive enough with soul drains there
till the end.
To minimize grabbing crates.
Time enough for you, perhaps.
I'm surprised because you actually throw in an Aragon Magnify too, so that's a pretty heavy burden on the MP count. Because I know Thunder doesn't work on the turrets. You have to use Thunder, and that's not going to get MP absorbed anyway. So I guess that's a PB. I guess that's a marathon submission too. That's nice. That's nice. I still got to get more practice so that my brain stops shutting off and switching into survival mode. Yeah, Tifa's kick is pretty quick. You can turn on a dime once you do it. So this has been kind of a rough run. The end was a bit weaker than it should have been. The Whispers fight was about as good as it could be. Let me actually get a look at my splits and see. Does this have my current times in here? Let me just... let me close... That's not what I wanted to do. Damn it. Tiny little baby brain. Let me see here. So my Whispers was a 10:19. Okay, we almost got to 10 minutes. If we can cut it down, then I'd be really happy. Sephiroth is bullshit. I need to add... That's correct now, though. So now So let's see here. We had like we almost had an 8:30 chapter 1. I fucking almost had a perfect chapter 1 because I overran the troopers. That was so stupid. I had a really bad junkyard. No, was it the junkyard? There was something else that was really bad. No, the last fight was really bad. It turned into a shit show because I fucked up the lock on. Chapter 3. I got the early spawn in chapter 3, and that threw me off. I ended up having to waste time recovering it. But other than that, chapter 3 was pretty good. Chapter 4 was almost the best segment, like 5 or 6 seconds off, so no complaints there. I missed the catastrophe though because I didn't tag it onto Goddard. Is there anything like really disgusting in here against my perfects?
You see that?
No, everything is... Yeah, I need to do more runs because these this sum of best is pretty, or the best segments are pretty weak. Let's the current. So the personal sum of best right now is 443. Yeah, I'd believe that. I guess I can add that in. And then we can... Oh, that's the camera, dummy. Where's this? Timer's right here. Okay, I guess I gotta remove a split for that. Edit layout, layout settings, splits. You know what I need to do at this point? I need to check out what your run looks like. I probably will change my Jenova fight, like, and do what you suggested. Stay the fuck away from that one. It looked so nice on paper when I was watching it. I was like, this fight's really fucking cool. But apparently when the pressure's on, I just cannot execute it. I hope I don't really want to go back to focus thrust comboing, but it looks like that might be the case. I do like the resist strat, though. It is nice. Being able to Blizzera if you you get screwed during the barrier phase is really nice. I guess I just need to rework my phases 1 and 2 and then figure out how to do phase 3 from there. That's what I should be doing. Starting from the ground floor up and then figure it out. All I know is I want to start by breaking that right tentacle and then go from there. I'm thinking Tempest Charge is probably the best way to handle it. And then, like, just throw a couple of, like, disorders at the other tentacle to get ATB assist going into an ATB boost. Then Cloud and Tifa and everybody should be at max ATB with no issues at all. Okay, so for a marathon commentary, I'll have to, like, make a note in here that the end of it is at X time. About 4 hours 58.
Marlene.
So for marathon, this is pretty consistent. I'd say if you pick a bad fight, like my Jenova fight, you can lose time to it.
Daddy?
But with a slightly high level of skill, you can work through any messed up Jenova fights. And this one was a messed up Jenova fight. Even Sephiroth, I didn't execute properly, and still managed to push through him. As long as you understand the phases and stuff, as long as you don't use like 2 ATB on something and then get snuffed by the AI, the enemy bosses, you're fine. This can definitely be quicker. This is a pretty jank, any percent or no major glitches run. But this is about the level of commentary. I probably would get co-commentators to help me with the end game. There are several overly qualified people that I would really love to do commentary. But the question is if they're available. I'm available to run this at almost any time, all the time. It's a matter of trying to find qualified commentators that can join me. The end game is the hardest part to commentate because you go into a boss rush, so you kind of hit a light speed tunnel in your head. But for the rest of the game, it's fairly easy to handle this myself for the first 4 hours. It's just the last like 20 minutes where things get really dicey. Because you start hitting a lot of hard boss fights that are very execution heavy and punish you very hard if you miss execution. Luckily, I know what I'm doing, so I can survive it. But thank you for your time if you've been watching this submission video, and I hope that this will be good enough for your marathon. I can do cam at any time. I normally leave it on now. I don't really care too much. But mic's good too. And as you can see, I can handle my own commentary, but there are plenty of people in the community that would love to help doing color commentary or just commentary in general, giving advice against new game runs, you know, versus like a new game plus. But I think this is a very interesting category. It has a lot of tech, a lot of different boss fights that can be out there, and I feel like very few runners do the same boss fight the same exact way.
We're almost there.
So thank you for your time once again, and I will see you next time. Hopefully we can work together on a marathon.